The world feels impossibly large in the dim blue hour before sunrise, and the frontier waits somewhere beyond the edge of everything you have ever known. Cold dew clings to tall grass beside the riverbank. Wagon wheels groan softly in the darkness around you. Somewhere nearby, a mule snorts with deep personal disappointment, which, honestly, becomes the emotional soundtrack of much of frontier travel. Sparks rise from a dying campfire and vanish into the pale sky above the Missouri River, where hundreds of emigrants gather in restless anticipation. Families whisper, babies fuss beneath quilts, tin cups clatter softly against wooden crates packed with flour, bacon, coffee, and hope. So much hope. You stand beside your wagon and stare westward into a distance no one can properly explain. Maps remain uncertain, trails shift with weather and season, even experienced guides contradict one another constantly. One man swears the Platte River route is safest. Another insists it destroys oxen faster than any trail in America. A woman near the fire claims her cousin reached Oregon in only 4 months. Someone immediately calls that impossible. Already, the frontier sounds like an argument wrapped in dust. The air smells of damp earth, wood smoke, and livestock. Everywhere around you, people make final preparations beneath lantern light. Rope gets tightened, flour barrels get checked again. Children sleep curled together beneath blankets while parents quietly calculate risks they barely understand. Some travelers carry Bibles tucked beside rifles. Others bring family china, which seems wildly optimistic considering what lies ahead. Historians still debate how many emigrants overloaded their wagons with sentimental objects during these years. Human beings consistently believe they can carry more than reality permits. This never changes across centuries. You run your hand across rough wagon wood, still cool from the night air. The wagon itself feels less like transportation and more like a fragile floating island. Canvas stretches overhead in pale folds, already stained with river mud and smoke. Inside rests nearly everything your family owns: clothing, tools, seed packets, blankets, cooking pots, a coffee grinder that weighs far too much but somehow survived every debate about what to leave behind. Coffee remains emotionally non-negotiable. A rooster crows somewhere behind the clustered wagons. Another answers farther away. Dawn slowly reveals the crowded staging grounds near Independence, Missouri, one of several major jumping-off points for Western migration during the 1850s. Thousands pass through towns like this, chasing farmland, gold, trade opportunities, religious freedom, or simply escape from crowded eastern cities. Scholars still argue how much of the migration comes from optimism versus desperation. Probably both. Human history often works that way. You hear hammering from a nearby blacksmith shop already awake before sunrise. The metallic rhythm drifts across camp, while wagon teams shuffle impatiently nearby. Oxen breathe clouds into the cool morning air. Their heavy bodies move slowly, almost thoughtfully, and experienced travelers insist oxen outperform horses on long western journeys. Horses look faster. Horses look nobler. Horses also collapse dramatically under harsh trail conditions. Oxen simply continue existing with stubborn determination. There is something strangely admirable about that. You crouch near the fire and warm your hands beside glowing coals while someone pours bitter coffee into tin cups. The liquid tastes smoky and slightly gritty from floating ash, but nobody complains. Frontier travelers drink coffee with the devotion of medieval monks protecting sacred texts. A man beside you unfolds a newspaper several weeks old. The print already feels ancient, this far west. Stories from eastern cities describe politics, tariffs, speeches, and railroads creeping across distant states. Yet here, beside the frontier, those concerns already seem unreal. The wilderness ahead operates under entirely different rules. The sky brightens slowly from silver into pale gold. You glance around at the wagon train gathering itself awake. Some emigrants wear sturdy, homespun clothing, patched repeatedly at elbows and knees. Others arrive dressed almost elegantly, though trail dust will soon erase such distinctions. Children dart between wagons, chasing one another through grass wet with morning dew. One little boy waves a stick like a cavalry saber, while his exhausted mother tries unsuccessfully to brush dirt from his face. Nearby, a preacher speaks quietly to several families preparing for departure. Heads bow, hands clasped together, prayers drift softly through morning air, asking for safe crossings, healthy children, strong animals, and mercy from storms. Many travelers believe deeply that divine protection guides the journey west. Others trust rifles, common sense, and luck. Most eventually rely on all three. A breeze ripples through the canvas covers overhead. For a moment, everything grows strangely quiet. You realize this may be the last morning when the world still feels familiar. That thought settles heavily inside your chest. Soon the roads behind you will disappear into distance. Familiar towns, family graves, church bells, fenced fields, brick houses, the comforting certainty of established places. Ahead waits prairie, rivers, mountains, sickness, arguments, exhaustion, wonder, and landscapes so enormous they permanently reshape how people understand the world. You take another sip of coffee while dawn light spreads across the riverbank. A woman nearby hums softly while folding blankets into a wagon. Somewhere, someone laughs too loudly from nervousness. One emigrant insists he heard stories about travelers boiling buffalo chips for fuel when wood becomes scarce on the plains. Another claims wolves follow wagon trains for weeks. Nobody entirely believes him, although, quietly, everybody does. The river reflects pale morning light now. Ferry operators shout instructions across the shoreline, while wagons slowly begin lining up for crossing. Wheels creak, chains rattle, oxen lean into heavy yokes with patient strength. The great migration westward stirs itself awake one wagon at a time, and you stand in the middle of it, breathing cold frontier air, watching the edge of America slowly unfold before you like a road disappearing into endless grass. If you happen to be listening from somewhere far away tonight, maybe beneath apartment lights, or city traffic, or soft rain tapping modern windows, imagine how strange this world feels to those gathered here. And perhaps, while the fire crackles low beside the river, you quietly subscribe to the journey ahead and leave a comment about where in the world you are listening from tonight. Frontier travelers would probably find that idea completely magical. The sun finally breaks above the horizon. The trail west begins. Morning sunlight spreads across the crowded river town, while your entire life slowly turns into piles. That is the uncomfortable truth nobody mentions in cheerful frontier pamphlets. Before you can travel west, you first must decide which parts of your old world deserve space inside a wagon already straining under its own weight. Every object becomes an argument. Every pound matters. Sentiment competes against survival in exhausting little battles that stretch from sunrise until lantern light. And sentiment loses far more often than people expect. The town surrounding you hums with relentless activity. Independence feels swollen beyond capacity during migration season. Wagons clog muddy streets. Blacksmith hammers ring from dawn until darkness. Merchants stand outside crowded storefronts, promising miraculous trail equipment to nervous emigrants who suddenly realize they know absolutely nothing about crossing 2,000 miles of wilderness. One shopkeeper enthusiastically tries selling portable bathtubs to frontier families. Portable bathtubs. Even in the 1850s, capitalism remains wildly optimistic. You walk beside rows of supply wagons while dust swirls through the morning heat. Everywhere around you, people bargain intensely over flour sacks, bacon barrels, spare wagon wheels, harness leather, lamp oil, and oxen teams. The frontier economy runs on urgency. Prices rise constantly as merchants sense desperation growing among travelers preparing to depart. Some immigrants arrive with detailed preparation lists copied from guidebooks written by previous travelers. Others simply buy whatever nearby strangers recommend loudest. Historians still debate how reliable most trail advice actually was. Certain guidebooks contradict one another so dramatically they sound written about different continents entirely. One famous recommendation insists every traveler carry hundreds of pounds of pickles for health. Another warns that pickles invite disaster. You begin suspecting nobody truly understands the frontier at all. Your wagon waits near the edge of town, while possessions spread across blankets in careful disorder. Clothing lies folded beside cooking tools. Seed packets sit near rifle ammunition. Heavy iron skillets glint beneath harsh sunlight. A rocking chair rests nearby, looking heartbreakingly impractical. Your mother insists it stays. Your father insists the chair weighs as much as moral regret itself. The chair eventually loses. Barely. You lift objects one by one, deciding their fate. Thick wool blankets remain essential despite summer warmth, because mountain nights become dangerously cold later in the journey. Cast iron tools stay despite terrible weight, because broken wagons mean catastrophe. Family photographs survive the cuts. Extra books do not. One emigrant nearby angrily throws an entire wooden dresser into the street after realizing his oxen cannot possibly pull the overloaded wagon uphill. Another family abandons a piano. That particular moment seems to wound everyone emotionally. Children hover nearby, watching cherished belongings disappear into trade piles or donation heaps. A little girl quietly cries after her dollhouse gets left behind. Her father promises California contains better dollhouses. He says this with the fragile confidence of a man inventing hope in real time. You understand the feeling. The sun climbs higher. Heat settles heavily across town. Flies buzz around mule teams tied beside water troughs, while blacksmith apprentices move through smoke and sparks like exhausted ghosts. Every few minutes another wagon rattles through the streets toward the river crossing. You stop beside a merchant tent selling preserved foods for trail travel. Barrels overflow with flour, beans, dried apples, coffee, rice, sugar, and salted pork. The smell becomes strangely overwhelming beneath afternoon heat. Salt, leather, smoke, sweat, livestock, Mud, the scent of migration. Experienced travelers recommend plain, practical foods. Above all else, fancy meals vanish quickly on the trail. Some emigrants still pack spices and fine tea sets anyway because people cling stubbornly to normal routines during uncertain times. One scholarly debate even centers around how frontier cooking shaped regional American culture. Long journeys forced families from different backgrounds to combine recipes, techniques, and ingredients in unexpected ways. Hardship creates strange forms of cultural exchange. You purchase extra coffee despite concerns about weight. Again, certain sacrifices remain impossible. Near the wagon yard, you overhear arguments erupting between immigrants and professional guides. One guide warns against carrying too much furniture. Another claims travelers consistently underestimate ammunition needs. A third insists everyone brings too many clothes and not enough axle grease. He delivers this wisdom with terrifying intensity, as though axle grease alone separates civilization from apocalypse. Honestly, he may not be entirely wrong. The afternoon drifts onward beneath heavy skies. Laundry flaps from wagon lines in warm wind. Dogs bark constantly. Somewhere nearby, a fiddle plays cheerful music, completely disconnected from the collective anxiety spreading through town. You watch emigrants weighing flour sacks with expressions usually reserved for surgical procedures. A young couple beside you quietly debates whether to leave behind a heavy family Bible. The book contains generations of handwritten births, marriages, and deaths inside delicate pages. Finally, after long silence, they remove several spare blankets instead. Memory wins this round. You wander briefly through the crowded streets before evening settles. Independence contains boarding houses overflowing with migrants sleeping 3 or 4 families per room. Saloons spill loud laughter into dusty roads. Teamsters shout at stubborn mule teams, while children chase chickens between wagon wheels. It feels chaotic, temporary, restless. A city built from movement itself. Yet beneath the noise, fear quietly lingers everywhere. You notice it in small moments. Parents watching sick children too carefully. Travelers staring westward during conversations. Women secretly crying while folding clothes beside wagons. Men pretending confidence while asking strangers endless questions about river crossings, mountain weather, and native tribes farther west. Nobody wants to appear frightened. Nearly everybody is frightened. As evening approaches, the temperature finally softens. Campfires bloom across the outskirts of town like scattered orange stars. Cooking smoke drifts upward into fading twilight. Someone nearby fries salt pork, while another family boils beans inside a blackened iron pot. The familiar sounds of supper spread gently across camp. Tin plates clink softly. Laughter returns in cautious little bursts. You sit beside the wagon, watching sunset colors fade across the western sky. Your possessions now fit entirely within wooden walls covered by stretched canvas. Everything else belongs to another life, already slipping behind you. The strange part is how quickly the old world begins disappearing. Tomorrow, the trail pulls you farther away, and tonight, beneath warm frontier stars and drifting campfire smoke, you quietly wonder whether the person arriving in the West will resemble the person preparing to leave. The last town before the wilderness feels less like a place and more like the final breath before plunging underwater. By now, the roads around Independence churn constantly beneath wagon wheels and animal hooves. Mud dries into deep ruts beneath the spring sun, only to soften again whenever sudden rain sweeps across Missouri. Every boarding house overflows. Every stable groans with livestock. The entire town vibrates with restless movement as emigrants prepare to vanish westward into distances most Americans still imagine only vaguely. And the blacksmiths never stop working, not for a moment. From dawn until deep evening, hammer blows ring through town like metallic church bells. Sparks burst into darkened air while sweating men shape wagon tires, repair axles, tighten chains, and reinforce iron fittings for journeys nobody can fully predict. You pass one crowded forge where 3 blacksmiths work simultaneously beside glowing coals hot enough to sting your face from several feet away. One exhausted smith wipes sweat across his forehead and mutters that frontier migration has destroyed his hearing permanently. Then he immediately returns to hammering. The smell of town settles thick around you now. Coal smoke, horse manure, fresh sawdust, wet leather, frying bacon from crowded boarding houses, river mud drifting upward from the Missouri shoreline. It is not exactly pleasant, yet strangely alive. Temporary frontier cities often carry this atmosphere. Half excitement, half exhaustion, entirely uncertain. You spend the morning inspecting wagon repairs while your oxen graze nearby beneath watchful eyes. Animals disappear constantly in crowded trail towns. Some wander off naturally. Others receive unexpected assistance from thieves. Frontier crime remains difficult to track because everyone keeps moving. One traveler claims organized gangs specialize in stealing emigrant livestock before vanishing south into Kansas territory. Another man insists that story is nonsense invented by nervous merchants. Nobody entirely knows. Your wagon receives final adjustments today. Iron tires tightened, axles greased heavily, canvas retied against coming storms. Experienced travelers constantly repeat one lesson above all others. Wagons do not survive westward journeys through strength alone. They survive through endless maintenance. A nearby guide demonstrates proper wheel greasing techniques with the solemn seriousness of a surgeon explaining heart operations. Judging from the attention surrounding crowding emigrants, axle grease apparently occupies sacred status on the frontier. Scholars studying overland migration often note how mechanical knowledge suddenly became essential for ordinary families during these journeys. Farmers, clerks, schoolteachers, and shopkeepers all transformed into amateur mechanics somewhere along the trail. You already miss the luxury of simply calling someone else to fix things. Around midday, clouds drift across the bright Missouri sky, while wagon trains organize departure schedules. This process becomes surprisingly political. Every group debates pace, leadership, camp rules, and river-crossing priorities with astonishing intensity. Human beings form committees immediately under stress. This also never changes across history. One wagon captain argues passionately that no traveler should ever separate from the main train after sunset. Another insists that large groups move too slowly and attract unnecessary problems. Voices rise, fingers point, someone accuses another man of reckless optimism, which feels unusually accurate for frontier migration in general. Meanwhile, children continue chasing dogs between wagons, completely unconcerned with adult logistics. You wander briefly toward the riverbank, where ferries haul overloaded wagons across muddy water. The Missouri rolls broad and brown beneath afternoon sunlight, carrying tree branches and drifting debris downstream. Ferrymen shout constantly while guiding wagons onto unstable wooden platforms that creak alarmingly beneath heavy weight. Some emigrants choose to ford rivers directly later along the trail rather than pay ferry fees. This decision occasionally works beautifully. Occasionally, it produces immediate catastrophe. One widely repeated trail story describes a wagon overturning during river crossing, while barrels of flour burst open underwater like pale explosions beneath the current. Another tells of chickens escaping floating wagons and somehow surviving better than most travelers. Historians remain uncertain whether certain frontier tales grew exaggerated over time, though honestly the frontier itself already sounds exaggerated enough. The afternoon heat thickens steadily. You duck inside a crowded mercantile seeking shade, and immediately find yourself trapped between anxious emigrants purchasing last-minute supplies. Shelves overflow with bullets, candles, rope, medicine bottles, dried fruit, knives, sewing kits, and trail maps drawn with questionable confidence. Medicine shelves attract especially desperate attention. Most frontier remedies during these years range somewhere between mildly useful and deeply alarming. Laudanum appears everywhere. So does calomel, a mercury-based treatment doctors prescribe enthusiastically despite horrifying side effects. Some emigrants carry herbal remedies passed through generations. Others trust patent medicines promising miraculous cures for cholera, fever, exhaustion, snake bite, and apparently emotional disappointment. The frontier medicine industry operates with incredible creativity. Outside again, you notice farewell scenes unfolding quietly throughout town. Relatives embrace beside wagons. Friends exchange letters intended for future delivery if travelers survive the journey. Mothers smooth children's hair repeatedly as though memorizing familiar faces before distance changes everything. Because distance will change everything. The frontier does not merely move people geographically westward. It reshapes identities slowly through hardship, isolation, and adaptation. Many emigrants arriving years later in Oregon or California describe feeling transformed into entirely different people. Some become tougher, some become lonelier, some become strangely quieter. A few discover they never truly belonged in settled Eastern life at all. Toward evening, church bells ring softly across town while golden light settles over wagon camps. Smoke rises lazily into still air. Teamsters water exhausted oxen beside crowded troughs. Somewhere nearby, fiddle music drifts through twilight, mixed with laughter from a saloon already overflowing with travelers spending final nights before departure. You sit beside the campfire cleaning a tin cup, while nearby, conversations circle endlessly around trail rumors. The Platte River supposedly stretches forever. Buffalo herds sometimes block travel for hours. Mountain snow can arrive unexpectedly, even during warmer months. Certain trails contain abandoned wagons every few miles. One man swears he heard about travelers boiling leather for food. Nobody laughs at that story. Darkness deepens gradually around camp. Lanterns flicker beside wagons, while stars emerge overhead one by one. The familiar world still surrounds you tonight. Shops, roads, buildings, crowds, voices drifting through warm evening air. But tomorrow or the next day, depending on river crossings and final preparations, the wilderness begins in earnest, and beyond that point, there are no more real towns for a very long time. Morning fog hangs low above the Missouri River, while wagons gather silently along the muddy shoreline like nervous ships preparing to leave harbor. Today, you cross. The realization settles heavily inside your chest long before sunrise fully brightens the eastern sky. Behind you waits the crowded familiarity of Independence with its boarding houses, blacksmith shops, shouting merchants, and church bells drifting through evening air. Ahead stretches the Western Trail itself, open prairie, rivers without bridges, dust storms, mountains, vastness beyond easy imagination. And first, this river. The Missouri does not look welcoming this morning. Brown water churns beneath slow-moving fog, while floating branches twist through the current like drifting bones. The river smells of wet mud and spring runoff. Wide ferries creak against wooden docks already crowded with emigrants, livestock, and overloaded wagons waiting their turn. Everywhere around you, people speak in quieter voices than usual. Crossing rivers carries strange emotional weight during frontier migration. Historians sometimes describe the Missouri as a psychological boundary as much as a geographical one. Once emigrants crossed westward, turning back became harder both physically and emotionally. The old world began slipping permanently behind them. You understand that feeling now? Oxen snort impatiently beside the wagon, while ferrymen shout instructions over the noise of water and creaking timber. The ferry itself looks alarmingly fragile beneath the weight it must carry. Thick ropes stretch across the river current. Wooden planks groan beneath wagon wheels slick with mud. One nervous traveler nearby whispers that ferries sink regularly. A ferryman overhears him immediately. Not regularly, he snaps. That clarification somehow feels worse. You help guide the oxen forward while wheels bump heavily onto the ferry platform. The entire structure shifts beneath your feet with unsettling movement. Nearby, children fall suddenly silent, sensing adult tension spreading through the crowded crossing. The river current presses hard against the ferry almost immediately. Water slaps against wooden sides. Chains rattle. Mules stamp nervously. A woman grips her bonnet tightly as wind pulls strands of hair loose across her face. Someone begins praying softly near the center of the platform, while another man insists loudly that the crossing is perfectly safe, despite gripping the railing with terrifying intensity. You stare downriver where morning mist drifts above muddy water disappearing westward. There is something ancient about rivers like this, unpredictable, indifferent. Frontier travelers constantly describe water crossings as some of the most dangerous moments on the trail, and not without reason. Wagons overturn, animals panic, currents drag away supplies within seconds. Cholera often spreads near crowded riverbanks, where sanitation collapses completely during migration season. One scholarly debate even questions how many emigrant deaths actually went unrecorded along early trail crossings. Frontier documentation remained surprisingly inconsistent once travelers moved beyond established towns. The ferry groans sharply beneath shifting weight. Everyone freezes. Then nothing happens. A collective breath releases across the platform, almost comically, all at once. Sunlight slowly burns through morning fog now, revealing more wagon trains lining the eastern shore, waiting impatiently behind you. Hundreds of people continue preparing for westward departure. The migration never entirely stops during these years. It moves like a human tide across the continent. You glance toward the western bank, growing closer through drifting mist. The shoreline there appears quieter somehow, less settled. Cottonwood trees sway above muddy landing points where wagon tracks disappear immediately into open prairie beyond. No neat fences, no proper roads, just grass and distance. The ferry scrapes roughly against the western bank at last. Ferrymen leap forward, securing ropes, while shouting for travelers to unload quickly. Everything suddenly becomes noise and motion again. Oxen strain into their yokes, wagon wheels slide through mud, children cry from stress and exhaustion, chickens squawk furiously inside wooden crates as though personally offended by river travel. Honestly, fair enough. Your wagon lurches forward off the ferry platform and onto western soil. The wheels sink briefly into soft mud before climbing uneven ground above the shoreline. You glance backward instinctively across the river toward Independence, now glowing golden beneath rising sunlight. Already it feels farther away than expected. Nearby emigrants pause momentarily after crossing, almost uncertain what to do next. Some kneel briefly in prayer. Others immediately reorganize supplies loosened during transit. One man kisses solid ground with theatrical gratitude after disembarking from the ferry. His wife looks deeply embarrassed, but also mildly supportive. The prairie wind feels different here. Stronger somehow. It carries smells unfamiliar to eastern towns. Fresh grass, damp earth, wild sage crushed beneath wagon wheels, smoke drifting faintly from distant camps farther west along the trail. The horizon stretches outward in every direction, beneath enormous skies untouched by forests or city buildings. For the first time, you truly sense the scale of the frontier. It feels endless. Wagon trains slowly reorganize after crossing, while captains count people, animals, and supplies carefully. Nothing can be lost now, not tools, not livestock, not children wandering too far into tall grass while exploring. Experienced guides constantly warn emigrants about carelessness during early trail days. People remain excited, distracted, still mentally half-connected to settled life behind them. That changes soon enough. You walk briefly uphill from the riverbank, while the wagon train prepares departure. From higher ground, the Missouri glitters beneath broad morning sunlight. Ferries continue crawling slowly across muddy water, carrying more emigrants westward. Tiny wagons cluster along eastern roads like insum moving toward some invisible destination. A strange silence settles inside you. Not fear exactly, not excitement either. Something larger. You realize the crossing itself took only minutes, yet emotionally it feels enormous. One side of the river belongs to memory now. The other belongs to uncertainty. The prairie wind ripples through tall grass around your boots. Far ahead, wagon tracks disappear westward beneath the open American sky. And somewhere beyond that distant horizon, your future waits patiently beside the trail. The trail quickly teaches you that frontier travel is mostly repetition interrupted by disaster. Not constant disaster, thankfully. That would be exhausting even by frontier standards. But enough small catastrophes appear each day to keep everyone humble. A broken wheel here, a runaway mule there, Someone accidentally dropping bacon grease into the coffee pot and pretending nothing happened. You learn to accept this rhythm surprisingly fast. Within only a few days west of the Missouri River, the wagon train settles into patterns that begin before sunrise and end long after dark. Morning arrives first through sound rather than light. Oxen chains clink softly. Someone coughs near a fading fire. Babies stir beneath blankets. Coffee grinders crackle through the cold dawn air like tiny machines powered entirely by suffering. You wake stiff almost every morning now. The ground beneath your bedroll never feels comfortable, no matter how carefully you arrange blankets. Tiny stones somehow locate every vulnerable part of the human spine during the night. Historians studying emigrant diaries often notice how frequently travelers complain about exhaustion and physical discomfort. Modern imagination sometimes turns wagon travel into romantic adventure. The reality involves remarkable amounts of back pain. Dawn spreads slowly across the prairie, while camp comes alive around you. Fires bloom again from glowing embers buried overnight beneath ash. Women knead biscuit dough beside wagons. Men check harness straps and grease axles before departure. Children stumble sleepily through tall grass carrying water buckets almost larger than themselves. And always, the animals demand attention first. Oxen stand waiting patiently in morning mist, while mule teams already behave as though deeply insulted by existence itself. Horses stamp nervously beside supply wagons. Chickens protest from wooden crates. One goat somehow escapes every morning, despite increasingly elaborate restraints. Nobody understands how. You begin appreciating oxen more each day. At first glance, they appear painfully slow compared to horses. Yet experienced trail guides insist speed matters less than endurance. Oxen survive heat better. They eat prairie grass rather than expensive grain. They remain calmer during storms and river crossings. One emigrant describes them as walking patients covered in fur, which feels strangely accurate. Soon after sunrise, the wagon train finally begins moving. This process takes forever. No matter how carefully organized the evening before, morning departures collapse into confusion almost immediately. Someone loses a cooking pot. Someone else cannot find a mule. A child wanders away chasing butterflies near the creek. Two families argue over trail position with the emotional intensity of medieval kingdoms disputing borders. Eventually, wheels begin rolling anyway. You walk beside the wagon most of the day because riding inside proves miserable on rough ground. The wagon jolts violently across prairie ruts deep enough to swallow boots. Every bump rattles teeth and shakes supplies loose despite careful packing. Early emigrants often joke that wagon travel removes organs from their proper locations entirely. Dust rises constantly now. Long columns of wagons grind westward across open grasslands beneath widening skies. Dry soil crumbles beneath thousands of wheels and hooves, drifting upward into thick choking clouds that coat clothing, blankets, skin, and food. By midday, your face tastes permanently of dirt. Coffee tastes like dirt. Biscuits taste like dirt. Probably the dirt itself begins tasting faintly of coffee by this point. The prairie stretches endlessly around you. That becomes the strangest part. Eastern landscapes usually contain boundaries, forest edges, stone walls, church towers, rivers, towns appearing every few miles. Out here, Distance behaves differently. The horizon simply continues forever beneath enormous sky. Clouds cast moving shadows across grasslands, rolling westward beyond sight. Some travelers find this beautiful immediately. Others find it deeply unsettling. You understand both reactions. Around midday, the wagon train halts briefly near a shallow creek where emigrants refill barrels and allow animals to graze. People collapse gratefully into patches of shade beneath cottonwood trees while cooking quick meals over small fires. Salt pork sizzles in iron skillets. Children splash barefoot through muddy water despite repeated warnings about snakes. One guide tells stories about prairie rattlesnakes, so dramatically exaggerated they begin sounding mythical. Another emigrant claims wolves large enough to attack oxen roam farther west. The frontier runs heavily on rumors. You sit beside the creek, chewing tough bacon while listening to older travelers exchange advice. One insists every emigrant should air blankets daily to prevent illness. Another claims sleeping directly beneath wagon wheels during storms brings good luck. Scholars still debate how much trail survival depended upon practical knowledge versus random chance. Probably more chance than anyone wanted to admit. The afternoon grows brutally hot. Sunlight pounds across open prairie without mercy. There are few trees now, little shade. Heat shimmers above distant grasslands, while wagon wheels creak endlessly through dust. Flies swarm around sweating animals. Tempers shorten. Conversations fade. The trail becomes quieter during these hours. Only movement remains, step after step beside grinding wheels, harness chains clinking rhythmically, wind moving through tall grass. Somewhere ahead, someone softly singing an old hymn while walking beside the oxen team. By evening, everyone looks transformed. Dust covers faces so completely, people resemble tired statues carved from prairie soil. Clothing hangs wrinkled and sweat-stained. Children who spent mornings laughing now stumble sleepily beside wagons. Even the animals appear emotionally exhausted. Camp finally forms near a shallow stream as sunset colors spread across western skies. Wagons circle loosely for protection, though historians argue whether these formations truly defended against attacks or simply created comforting routine. Fires spark alive one by one across the darkening prairie. And suddenly, the day softens. Coffee boils again beside crackling flames. Supper smells drift through cooling air. Someone produces a fiddle from astonishingly limited wagon space. Laughter returns cautiously after long hours of heat and dust. You sit beside the fire watching stars emerge above endless grasslands. Tomorrow will look almost exactly like today. And somehow, that realization already begins changing you. A wagon train moves only as fast as its most stubborn animal. Unfortunately, nearly every animal on the frontier seems determined to become legendary for stubbornness. By now you understand that oxen, mules, and horses are not simply transportation. They are the entire nervous system of the trail. Without healthy animals, wagons stop moving, food remains unpacked, water cannot be hauled, families become stranded beneath an enormous sky that does not particularly care about human ambition. This reality creates strong opinions very quickly. The morning begins cool and gray beneath low, drifting clouds. Campfires flicker weakly in damp prairie wind while emigrants emerge slowly from blankets stiff with dew. Someone nearby curses softly after discovering a mule chewed through part of a harness during the night. Another traveler spends 20 minutes chasing chickens that escaped beneath the wagons before sunrise. Meanwhile, the oxen simply stand there chewing thoughtfully like philosophers who already predicted human failure. You help yoke your team beside the wagon while the prairie wakes around you. Leather straps creak, iron chains clink softly, breath rises from animal nostrils into cold morning air. The oxen smell earthy and heavy, carrying the warm scent of hay, mud, sweat, and livestock that now permanently follows the wagon train everywhere. At first you found the smell overwhelming. Now it oddly feels reassuring. Historians often note that many Eastern emigrants arrived on the frontier with romantic ideas about horses carrying them nobly across the plains. Those fantasies usually faded within weeks. Horses look beautiful but require careful feeding and tire quickly under harsh trail conditions. Mules survive longer, yet possess personalities apparently designed by cosmic forces specializing in sarcasm. Oxen win through patience alone. One guide claims an ox will outlive pride, panic, and poor decision-making every single time. He says this while staring directly at a wagon captain currently arguing with 3 separate families about travel pace. The argument begins shortly after sunrise. Some emigrants want to move faster today because rumors spread about better water sources farther west. Others insist pushing the animals too hard invites disaster later. Voices rise beside creaking wagons, while children quietly watch adults behave like exhausted school teachers trapped inside a thunderstorm. Frontier migration creates endless debates about speed. Move too slowly, and winter threatens the mountains ahead. Move too quickly, and animals collapse before reaching them. Scholars still discuss how emigrant groups balanced caution against urgency during overland travel. Many diaries reveal constant anxiety about timing. Every mile carried invisible pressure behind it. You walk beside the wagon while arguments continue ahead. The prairie rolls outward beneath pale morning sunlight, now breaking through clouds. Tall grass bends endlessly beneath cool wind. Somewhere, far off, dark shapes of grazing buffalo peer briefly against the horizon before vanishing again. The trail itself barely deserves the name road. It consists mostly of parallel wagon ruts cutting westward across open country. Dust rises steadily beneath moving wheels. Loose stones grind beneath boots. Occasionally abandoned objects appear beside the route. Broken furniture, cracked barrels, a rusted stove too heavy to continue carrying. Little reminders that the trail gradually strips people down to necessity. By midday, the wagon train halts near a shallow creek bordered by cottonwoods. Animals immediately surge toward water with alarming enthusiasm. Oxen wade knee-deep into muddy banks, drinking noisily, while emigrants collapse into patches of shade for brief relief from the growing heat. You sit beside the creek, chewing dried apples, while listening to trail gossip spreading between wagons. Someone claims a party ahead lost 6 oxen crossing a river. Another insists bandits roam farther south. A third traveler confidently predicts early snow despite the warm season. Nobody entirely trusts these stories. Everybody repeats them anyway. Nearby, 2 men inspect a mule refusing to move properly. The animal plants itself motionless beside the creek with such profound determination it almost becomes impressive. Pulling changes nothing. Shouting changes nothing. Gentle persuasion changes absolutely nothing. Finally, an older woman approaches carrying a biscuit. The mule follows her instantly. Human civilization rests upon strange foundations. Afternoon heat settles heavily across the plains. Once travel resumes. Flies swarm around sweating animals. Wagon wheels squeal beneath constant strain. You begin noticing how every emigrant watches livestock carefully now. A limping ox draws immediate concern. A horse refusing water sparks nervous conversation. Healthy animals mean survival. One unresolved historical debate centers around how emigrants emotionally bonded with trail animals during these journeys. Diaries sometimes describe oxen with surprising affection, even naming favorite teams and mourning losses deeply. Other travelers viewed animals more practically as necessary labor. The truth likely varied from wagon to wagon. Still, after enough miles together, even the grumpiest ox begins feeling oddly familiar. Toward evening, dark clouds gather low across western skies, while thunder mutters faintly beyond distant prairie hills. Wagon captains debate whether to stop early or continue another hour before camp. Yet another argument unfolds beside the trail. This one includes pointing. Pointing always signals trouble. Eventually, caution wins. Wagons circle loosely beside a stream, while emigrants rush through evening tasks before rain arrives. Fires struggle against strengthening wind. Coffee boils unevenly. Children gather blankets before sudden gusts scatter them into grass. You help secure canvas covers tighter across the wagon, while lightning flickers far away beneath deepening clouds. The oxen settle nearby, chewing calmly despite approaching weather. They seem unbothered by almost everything. Perhaps that explains why experienced trail travelers trust them so completely. Night falls slowly across the plains. Thunder rolls closer now. Campfires glow against gathering darkness, while nervous conversation drifts through cooling air. Somewhere nearby, a fiddle plays softly beneath the first scattered drops of rain. And beside the wagon, your exhausted oxen stand patient and silent beneath the enormous frontier sky, already prepared for another endless day tomorrow. The storm announces itself long before the rain arrives. All afternoon, the prairie sky has been changing in subtle, unsettling ways. Wind shifts direction suddenly. Birds disappear into silence. Heat presses downward with strange, unnatural heaviness, while distant clouds gather along the western horizon like dark mountains, slowly rising from the earth itself. Experienced travelers notice immediately. One older emigrant squints toward the horizon and mutters, "That looks unfriendly," which, considering the size of the approaching thunderstorm, may qualify as the greatest understatement on the American frontier. You continue walking beside the wagon, while nervous conversation spreads quietly through the train. The prairie around you remains beautiful in a tense, almost theatrical way. Tall grass ripples beneath strengthening wind. The sky deepens from pale blue into bruised shades of gray and green. Far ahead, flashes of lightning pulse silently within towering storm clouds, climbing higher every minute. Some historians believe frontier thunderstorms permanently shaped emigrant memories of the plains more than almost anything else. Eastern storms usually arrive broken by forests, hills, or buildings. Prairie storms possess no such restraint. They cross open land with terrifying visibility, allowing travelers to watch disaster approach for miles. And there is nowhere to hide. The wagon captain orders everyone to push forward faster toward a creek lined with sparse cottonwoods that might offer partial shelter before the storm reaches full strength. Oxen strain into their yokes while wheels rattle harder across uneven ground. Dust blows sideways now. Canvas wagon covers snap sharply in rising wind like sails on rough ocean water. Children grow quiet. Animals do too. That silence feels worse than thunder somehow. You glance backward across the plains and see the storm spreading wider behind you. Dark curtains of rain already descend from the clouds far across the prairie. Lightning forks downward in jagged white streaks so bright they briefly bleach color from the world itself. Then the sound arrives. Not a crack. A deep rolling explosion that seems to move directly through your chest. One mule immediately panics. Of course it does. The animal jerks violently sideways, nearly dragging part of a supply wagon off the trail, while two terrified emigrants struggle desperately for control. Nearby horses rear nervously at another burst of thunder. Oxen remain calmer, though they quicken their pace instinctively beneath the growing storm. Wind hits fully now. The prairie transforms within minutes. Grass bends flat beneath violent gusts. Loose hats tumble across the trail. Dust swirls upward into blinding clouds, thick enough to sting your eyes and fill your mouth with grit. Someone shouts for children to stay close beside the wagons. Another emigrant runs after blankets whipping loose through the air like frightened birds. Rain still has not arrived. The storm seems to enjoy suspense. You finally reach the creek crossing, just as enormous cold drops begin splattering across the dust. Wagons circle hastily beside the cottonwoods while emigrants rush through frantic preparations. Fires become impossible immediately. Canvas covers get tied tighter. Livestock bunch together nervously against the wind. Then the sky opens completely. Rain crashes down with astonishing force. Within seconds, everyone is soaked. The prairie smell changes instantly from hot dust into wet earth and crushed grass. Water drums against canvas wagon tops so loudly, conversation nearly disappears beneath the noise. Lightning flashes continuously overhead now, illuminating the storm in violent silver bursts, followed almost immediately by thunder shaking the ground beneath your boots. You crouch beside the wagon, trying unsuccessfully to keep supplies dry, while muddy water rushes through camp in sudden streams. Children cry somewhere nearby. A terrified dog crawls beneath a wagon axle, refusing to move. One unfortunate emigrant loses an entire wash basin to the wind and watches helplessly as it tumbles away across the prairie into darkness. There are moments during frontier travel when nature stops feeling scenic and starts feeling enormous. This is one of them. The storm continues for hours. Rain leaks through seams in the canvas despite every effort to secure them. Blankets grow damp. Boots sink into deepening mud. Oxen stand miserably beneath the downpour, with water streaming from their heavy hides while lightning flashes around the camp. Some emigrants begin singing quietly during the worst thunder, perhaps to calm children or themselves. Old hymns drift through storm noise in broken fragments. One woman's voice rises soft and steady despite the chaos surrounding camp. The melody sounds strangely comforting beneath the roaring sky. You sit soaked beside the wagon wheel, eating cold biscuits because cooking fires remain impossible. Rainwater drips steadily from the brim of your hat. Everything smells of wet leather, mud, livestock, and smoke from extinguished campfires. Frontier glamour reaches astonishing heights tonight. Historians still debate how emigrants psychologically endured conditions like these for months at a time. Diaries reveal exhaustion, frustration, homesickness, and fear appearing constantly beneath the surface optimism of westward migration. Yet many travelers also describe moments of unexpected beauty hidden inside hardship. Eventually, the storm begins drifting eastward. Thunder softens gradually into distant muttering. Rain weakens from violent sheets into steady dripping across soaked prairie grass. One by one, exhausted emigrants emerge from beneath wagons and sagging canvas shelters. The world afterward feels transformed. Cool air settles across the plains, carrying the fresh, clean scent of rain-soaked earth. Clouds break apart slowly, revealing stars above the prairie once more. Campfires sputter weakly back to life beneath careful hands. Steam rises from oxen standing quietly in the darkness. And everywhere around camp, people laugh, not because conditions improve dramatically. Most blankets remain wet. Half the camp sits under water. Somebody's biscuits dissolved completely during the storm. Yet surviving discomfort together creates strange forms of relief. You sit beside a tiny struggling fire wrapped in damp wool, while stars slowly reappear overhead. The prairie glitters faintly beneath retreating storm clouds, and somewhere beyond the darkness ahead, tomorrow's trail waits patiently beneath the cooling western sky. Night on the prairie feels larger than night back home ever did. Perhaps it is the sky. Out here, darkness arrives without interruption from town lanterns or distant farmhouse windows. Once the campfires burn low, the plains stretch outward beneath stars so bright they almost seem cold. The Milky Way spills overhead in pale silver bands, while coyotes call somewhere beyond the edges of camp, their voices rising through the night like laughter carried by the wind. After the storm, everyone sleeps later than usual. Morning comes damp and gray. Blankets hang across wagons, drying beneath weak sunlight, while emigrants scrape mud from boots and wagon wheels with expressions of personal betrayal. Fires smoke stubbornly. Coffee tastes faintly of wet ashes. Still, the wagon train moves again. It always moves again. The prairie after rainfall feels transformed. Grass glitters with droplets beneath widening blue skies. Wildflowers bend beside the trail in colors impossible to notice during dusty travel days. The air smells clean and sharp now, filled with wet earth and crushed sage beneath the wagon wheels. For several hours the journey feels almost peaceful. Then a wheel breaks. The crack echoes sharply across the trail ahead, while one heavily loaded wagon suddenly lurches sideways into the mud. Everyone stops immediately. Oxen snort impatiently. Children climb down from wagons to watch the unfolding disaster with unconcealed excitement, because frontier hardship becomes surprisingly entertaining when happening to someone else. The broken wheel belongs to a family carrying entirely too much furniture. Again, you help several men lift the wagon axle, while others drag tools from supply crates. Repairs like this happen constantly on the trail. Wood shrinks beneath dry heat, iron loosens, spokes crack across uneven ground. Historians studying overland migration often emphasize how mechanically demanding these journeys became for ordinary families unprepared for continuous repairs. One exhausted emigrant jokes that by the end of the trail, everyone graduates as either a blacksmith or a carpenter against their will. The repair delays travel until late afternoon. By the time camp finally forms beside a shallow stream, the mood across the wagon train feels unusually tired. People move slower tonight. Conversations drift quietly. Even children seem subdued beneath fading golden light. Yet something changes after supper. Darkness settles gently across the plains, while campfires bloom one by one beneath the stars. Coffee boils, bacon crackles softly inside iron skillets, wet clothes dry beside flames. The terrible wheel repair becomes funny already, because human beings possess remarkable talent for transforming stress into storytelling once danger passes. You sit beside the nearest fire wrapped in a wool blanket, still slightly damp from the storm. Nearby, wagons form dark shapes against moonlit grass, while sparks rise lazily upward into the cool prairie night. Then someone begins telling stories. This happens often after difficult days. Perhaps frontier travelers need stories the same way fires need fuel. An older man with a tobacco-stained beard describes seeing buffalo so numerous years earlier that the plains appeared to move beneath them like dark water. A woman nearby claims her cousin once met mountain men who survived an entire winter eating only roots and boiled moccasins. Another emigrant insists certain parts of the Rockies contain lakes so clear you can count fish from 30 feet above the water. Nobody fully believes every story. That hardly matters. A younger traveler produces a fiddle from somewhere inside his wagon and begins playing softly, while firelight flickers across tired faces. The music drifts gently through camp, mixed with crackling wood and distant animal sounds. One little girl falls asleep against her mother's shoulder before the second song finishes. The prairie night deepens around you. Someone asks whether native tribes farther west truly attack wagon trains regularly. An uneasy silence follows. Historical reality surrounding these fears remains complicated. Some emigrants traveled peacefully through native territories with trade and assistance from tribal communities. Others experienced violence fueled by tension, broken treaties, disease, competition for resources, and military conflict spreading across the frontier during these decades. Yet around campfires, uncertainty often grows larger than facts. One guide quietly explains that fear itself becomes dangerous on the trail. Panic causes bad decisions. So does arrogance. Most experienced travelers, he says, learn caution without surrendering completely to terror. That advice settles thoughtfully across the firelight. Later, the conversation turns stranger. A woman swears certain stretches of prairie produce mysterious ghost lights drifting above the grass at night. Another emigrant describes hearing phantom wagon bells during lonely trail watches. Scholars studying frontier folklore note how isolation and exhaustion often shaped unusual beliefs among overland travelers. Endless landscapes and unfamiliar silence affected people deeply, especially after dark. You stare out beyond the edge of camp, where moonlight silvers the grasslands, stretching endlessly westward. It becomes easy to imagine strange things moving through such enormous darkness. Every sound feels magnified. Wind through grass resembles whispering voices. Distant animal calls drift across miles of open land impossible to measure properly at night. The frontier changes your imagination. Perhaps that is part of its power. The fire burns lower now, while conversations soften into sleepy murmurs. One by one, emigrants disappear beneath wagon covers or bedrolls beside fading embers. The fiddle music stops, coffee pots empty, somewhere nearby. Oxen shift heavily in their sleep. You remain awake a little longer, watching sparks rise into the star-filled sky. Back east, evenings once meant familiar rooms, warm lamps, church bells, and neighbors just beyond the fence line. Out here, the night belongs mostly to wind, firelight, and distance. Strangely, you begin understanding why some travelers never return. Even hardship carries a certain beauty beneath these endless western stars. The river ahead looks entirely too confident. That is your first thought as the wagon train approaches the crossing shortly after sunrise. The water moves fast beneath pale morning light, curling around scattered rocks and fallen branches with unsettling energy. Unlike the muddy Missouri ferries back east, this crossing offers no dock, no ropes, no reassuring ferrymen shouting half-comforting instructions. Just cold moving water and collective anxiety. The trail narrows toward the riverbank, where earlier wagon tracks vanish directly into the current. Cottonwood trees lean over the water, while mist drifts low across the surface in soft silver ribbons. Somewhere downstream, you hear the constant rushing roar of stronger rapids hidden beyond a bend. Nobody speaks very loudly this morning. River crossings become the great equalizer of frontier travel. Wealthy families, experienced hunters, farmers, ministers, teachers, everybody stands beside the same dangerous water wondering whether their wagon will survive the next 10 minutes. Historians studying emigrant diaries often note how frequently river crossings appear in vivid emotional detail. The fear remained immediate and practical. Because rivers destroy things quickly, the wagon captain rides slowly along the shoreline, studying depth and current, while several men wade cautiously into the water carrying long poles. They probe the riverbed, searching for hidden holes, loose stones, or sudden drop-offs capable of overturning wagons. One man nearly loses his footing immediately. That does not improve morale. You help unload part of the wagon beside the bank. Heavy items get secured tighter beneath canvas covers, while lighter supplies move higher to avoid water damage. Flour barrels wrapped carefully, blankets retied, coffee protected with near-religious devotion. A guide explains that every crossing requires different strategy. Some rivers demand speed. Others require slow, careful movement against the current. Occasionally, emigrants caulk wagons with tar or grease and float them across like awkward wooden boats. This technique works often enough to remain popular and fails often enough to remain terrifying. Today, the captain chooses direct fording. The oxen appear unimpressed by the drama surrounding them. Morning sunlight slowly brightens the valley, while wagon trains gather along both sides of the river, waiting their turns. You notice abandoned debris scattered near the banks, broken crates, rusted iron tools, part of a wagon tongue half buried in mud. Small frontier archaeology already forming beside the trail. The first wagon enters the river cautiously. Everyone watches. Water splashes upward around the oxen legs, while wheels grind slowly over submerged stones. The wagon sways alarmingly, almost immediately. Children gasp. Someone begins praying softly again. Frontier migration involves tremendous amounts of prayer near moving water. The current pushes hard against the wagon broadside. For one awful moment, it tilts sideways enough to expose part of the undercarriage. Then the oxen lean forward together with slow, relentless strength, dragging the wagon deeper through churning water toward the opposite bank. When it finally climbs safely onto shore, half the wagon train cheers. The other half looks even more nervous now because the danger suddenly feels real. Your turn arrives sooner than expected. You grip the wagon side while the oxen step carefully into the river. Cold water surges immediately around your boots. The current presses harder than imagined, pulling constantly at your legs while stones shift beneath the surface. The wagon creaks. Water rises higher. The river smells sharp and clean compared to muddy prairie streams. Snowmelt, perhaps. Mountain water traveling eastward from places you have not yet seen. Sunlight flashes across the current in broken silver fragments, while the wagon pushes deeper into the crossing. Then one wheel strikes something hard underwater. The entire wagon jolts violently sideways. Everyone shouts at once. A crate breaks loose beneath the canvas cover and slides dangerously toward the edge. One ox stumbles heavily against the current. Freezing water splashes upward, soaking your trousers to the waist, while the wagon tilts again with slow, dreadful motion. This is how quickly disaster begins. Historians still debate how many emigrants drowned during overland crossings, because records remain incomplete. Some deaths vanished entirely from official counts, especially among smaller wagon groups traveling independently. Rivers erased evidence efficiently. You shove against the wagon side instinctively, while others grab loose supplies before they tumble into the water. The oxen recover their footing somehow. Their broad shoulders strain forward beneath dripping yokes, while muddy water boils around the wheels. Slowly, painfully slowly, the wagon straightens. A collective breath escapes from everyone nearby. Nobody realized they were holding it. The crossing continues another 30 exhausting yards before the wheels finally grind against gravel near the opposite shore. The wagon lurches upward out of the current, while water pours from the spokes in glittering streams. Safe, mostly. Children begin laughing immediately from pure nervous relief. One woman kisses the side of her soaked wagon. Another emigrant sits down abruptly on a rock, looking emotionally unfinished. You stand dripping beside the oxen, while sunlight warms the cold river water soaking through your clothes. Behind you, more wagons continue entering the crossing one by one. Ahead, the trail stretches westward across open prairie, already drying beneath the strengthening sun. Yet not everyone crosses cleanly today. By late afternoon, rumors spread through camp about another wagon farther downstream overturning completely. Supplies lost, animals scattered, a family rescued only narrowly. Details change with each retelling, as frontier stories always do, and still the fear remains believable. That evening, camp forms beside rolling grasslands west of the river. Wet clothing hangs from wagons, boots dry beside crackling fires. Coffee tastes especially good tonight after cold water and tension. You sit quietly watching sunset burn orange across the prairie horizon. The trail west continues, but the rivers, you realize now, demand payment every time they allow passage. At first, the dark shapes along the horizon look like distant storm clouds. The prairie plays tricks on your eyes constantly. Heat shimmers above the grasslands. Distances distort strangely beneath enormous skies. Hills appear close enough to reach within an hour, and somehow remain far away by sunset. Yet as the wagon train moves steadily westward through cool morning air, the shapes ahead begin shifting, moving. Thousands of them. Word spreads quickly along the trail. Buffalo. Everyone stops walking. Even the animals seem to notice something unusual. Oxen lift their heavy heads. Horses twitch nervously. Children climb onto wagon tongues for better views, while adults stare across the plains in growing silence. The herd stretches farther than you can properly understand. Dark bodies roll across the prairie, like living shadows beneath the pale gold light of morning. Massive, shaggy forms drift through tall grass in endless numbers, grazing slowly while dust rises around them in soft brown clouds. Some stand motionless against the horizon. Others move in long, restless currents, flowing westward beneath the open sky. The earth itself almost seems alive. Historians estimate tens of millions of bison once roamed North America before large-scale commercial hunting devastated the population later in the century. Early emigrants regularly describe overwhelming encounters with herds so enormous they blocked trails for hours or even days. Modern imagination struggles to picture such abundance because almost nothing comparable exists anymore. One traveler whispers softly, "Dear God." Nobody laughs at the simplicity of it. The wagon train halts completely, while scouts ride ahead carefully. Buffalo appear calm for now, but experienced guides warn that startled herds become catastrophically dangerous. A stampede can crush wagons, animals, and people beneath thousands of pounding hooves. You watch the nearest animals more closely now. They look nothing like cattle, despite Eastern travelers constantly making that comparison. Buffalo carry themselves with heavier presence somehow. Broad, dark shoulders hump beneath tangled fur. Their enormous heads swing slowly while grazing. Flies drift around them in glittering clouds beneath the sunlight. One huge bull stands alone on slightly higher ground, staring toward the wagon train. He looks ancient. The prairie wind carries unfamiliar smells across the grasslands now. Dust, wild sage, animal musk thick enough to notice from remarkable distance. The herd noises remain surprisingly soft, considering the numbers involved. Low grunts, hooves rustling through grass, occasional heavy breathing drifting faintly across the plains. You begin understanding why indigenous cultures across the Great Plains built entire ways of life around these animals for centuries. Buffalo provided food, clothing, shelter materials, tools, trade goods, fuel, and spiritual meaning. Yet by the 1850s, increasing migration westward already threatens those systems profoundly. The frontier changes landscapes long before settlers build towns. A guide rides back toward camp, explaining the wagon train must wait until part of the herd passes across the trail. Nobody argues. Even the most impatient emigrants recognize certain realities immediately. You cannot hurry 10,000 buffalo. So the morning settles into strange stillness. Families sit beneath wagons, escaping the strengthening sun, while watching the herd drift endlessly across the prairie. Children count calves beside their mothers until numbers become impossible. Someone boils coffee. Another emigrant sketches rough buffalo shapes inside a notebook, perhaps hoping future relatives will believe these scenes actually existed. One scholarly debate still continues regarding how Eastern emigrants emotionally reacted to the plains themselves. Some diaries describe awe bordering on spiritual revelation. Others reveal fear and loneliness beneath the openness. Many travelers seem to experience both simultaneously. You certainly do. The prairie feels beautiful in ways almost difficult to endure. Near midday, several experienced hunters receive permission to approach the edges of the herd for fresh meat. Excitement ripples through camp immediately because salted pork grows increasingly tiresome after weeks on the trail. Fresh food lifts morale faster than nearly anything else. You join the small hunting party, moving cautiously through waist-high grass beneath the vast western sky. The buffalo appear even larger up close. One young bull lifts his head suddenly while chewing and stares directly toward your position. Dark eyes, thick fur caked with dust, breath steaming faintly in the cooler air, lingering after dawn. The animal radiates heavy, patient strength. Then the rifle shots begin. The sound cracks violently across the plains. Several buffalo bolt instantly, while others wheel in confusion through rising dust. Hooves thunder across the grasslands, shaking the ground beneath your boots. The noise becomes enormous. One animal collapses heavily, while the rest surge away in dark, rolling waves stretching toward the horizon. Dust clouds rise behind them, glowing gold beneath the afternoon sunlight. Silence returns slowly afterward. The hunters stand breathing hard while the remaining herd disappears westward across the plains. You approach the fallen buffalo carefully. Up close, the creature seems impossibly massive, its thick fur rough beneath your hand. There is always something sobering about seeing such strength suddenly still. Back at camp, the fresh meat transforms supper entirely. Fires crackle brighter tonight. Conversations grow louder. Even exhausted children stay awake longer beneath the excitement of the day's encounter. Yet the prairie itself feels different now, too. Larger, somehow, as darkness settles across camp. Distant buffalo shapes still move faintly along the far horizon beneath moonlight. Endless migration crossing endless plains beneath the same western sky your wagon train follows night after night. You lie awake listening to coyotes calling beyond the firelight, while the smell of roasted buffalo meat lingers softly in the cooling air. And somewhere out there in the vast dark grasslands, the great herds continue moving westward beside you. Dust becomes part of your body long before you realize it. At first you still try fighting it. You shake blankets every morning. You wipe wagon seats carefully with damp cloths. You attempt the impossible task of keeping flour sacks clean while traveling behind hundreds of grinding wheels crossing dry prairie roads. Eventually, the trail cures you of optimism. By now, every possession carries a fine layer of pale brown dust. Clothing stiffens with it. Hair feels gritty no matter how carefully washed. Coffee crunches faintly between your teeth some mornings. One emigrant jokes that if the wagon train ever stops moving entirely, everyone will simply blow away across the plains like handfuls of dry soil. The joke feels increasingly realistic. The day begins hot before sunrise even arrives. The prairie air hangs strangely still around camp, while emigrants emerge slowly from restless sleep. Fires struggle weakly because there is almost no wood left nearby. Out here, the plains provide grass, sky, wind, distance, and remarkably little else. Fuel becomes a problem quickly. You watch several children gathering dried buffalo chips from the grasslands beyond camp, while trying unsuccessfully not to laugh at their horrified expressions. Frontier reality continues disappointing romantic expectations with impressive consistency. Yet buffalo chips burn surprisingly well once dried. Human civilization adapts with startling speed. The wagon train starts early, hoping to avoid the worst afternoon heat. Wheels begin rolling beneath pale orange dawn, while long shadows stretch across the prairie. Oxen breathe heavily already. Even the wind feels warm today. Dust rises almost immediately. At first it drifts softly behind the wagons, in pale clouds glowing beneath sunrise light. Then the trail narrows through dry ground, churned endlessly by previous travelers, and suddenly the air thickens into choking brown haze. You cannot escape it. The wagon ahead disappears partly behind swirling dust clouds. Every footstep kicks more loose soil upward. Oxen hooves pound dry earth into powder fine enough to float through cracks in the wagon canvas and settle invisibly across food, blankets, and lungs. Breathing becomes work. Some emigrants tie cloth across their faces. Others simply endure it grimly. Children cough beside the trail, while mothers attempt cleaning their faces with handkerchiefs already coated in dust themselves. A strange silence settles over the wagon train during these conditions. Talking feels pointless when every sentence arrives with a mouthful of dirt. Historians studying emigrant diaries often notice how frequently travelers complained about environmental discomfort rather than dramatic frontier dangers. Dust, heat, flies, bad water, endless walking. The frontier rarely kills through cinematic adventure. More often it wears people down slowly through relentless irritation. You walk beside the wagon, with your hat pulled low against the rising sun. Sweat cuts pale streaks through the dust coating your arms and neck. The prairie around you appears faded now beneath the haze. Grass loses color. Distant hills blur into soft brown shapes barely visible beyond drifting clouds of trail dust. One wagon farther ahead breaks axle suddenly. The crack echoes sharply through the haze. Everything stops again. Of course it does. Repairs under these conditions feel miserable beyond description. Men crouch beside the damaged wagon, coughing through thick dust, while tools disappear constantly into dry grass. Nearby, oxen swish their tails endlessly against biting flies, gathering around sweat-soaked animals. The flies deserve separate historical recognition, honestly. They swarm everywhere now. Around eyes, around cooking fires, around wagon animals standing exhausted beneath the heat. One scholar studying frontier migration described insects as perhaps the most universally hated feature of overland travel, which feels deeply believable by this point. Around midday, the wagon train halts briefly near a shallow, muddy creek, barely wide enough to deserve the name river. Water barrels get filled carefully despite suspicious color and floating insects drifting across the surface. Nobody trusts prairie water anymore. Cholera rumors spread constantly along the trail. One passing emigrant claims entire wagon companies farther east already suffer outbreaks. Another insists stagnant water kills more pioneers than storms or attacks combined. Historians generally agree disease posed one of the greatest threats during overland migration, especially illnesses spreading through contaminated water and poor sanitation. You stare at the muddy creek and drink anyway. There are not many alternatives. The afternoon grows unbearable. Heat presses downward across the plains like heavy fabric, trapping every movement beneath it. The air stops moving entirely. Dust hangs motionless above the trail. Wagon wheels squeal. Children cry from exhaustion. Even conversations disappear now. Only the sound of movement remains. Boots scraping dry earth. Harness chains clinking rhythmically. Oxen breathing hard beneath thickening dust. One emigrant begins humming softly, just to break the strange, oppressive silence surrounding the train. Another joins quietly. The tune drifts backward through the haze, thin and weary, yet oddly comforting. You realize everyone smells the same now, too. Dust, sweat, livestock, smoke from buffalo chip fires, leather baking beneath the sun. The trail strips away perfumes, polished appearances, and Eastern manners with ruthless efficiency. Toward evening, distant thunderheads finally appear along the northern horizon, though no rain reaches the wagon train. The clouds simply cast long purple shadows across the prairie, while cooler wind begins moving through the grass at last. Relief spreads visibly through camp once wagons stop for the night. People look transformed after supper. Dust-coated faces gather beside small fires. Someone washes socks inside a tin basin, already turning brown from trail dirt. Children fall asleep before finishing meals. One exhausted woman laughs uncontrollably after discovering dust somehow settled in its sealed jam jar. The prairie finds a way. You sit quietly beneath darkening skies while stars emerge overhead one by one. The wind cools finally, carrying away some of the heat and dust hanging across camp. Yet when you rub your hands together beside the firelight, fine brown powder still falls softly from your skin back onto the trail. Illness arrives quietly on the trail. No thunderstorm announces it. No dramatic warning echoes across the prairie. One morning a child complains about stomach pain. By evening, 2 more people feel feverish. Someone develops a cough that does not disappear. Another emigrant grows too weak to walk beside the wagon for even an hour, and suddenly the wagon train begins watching itself nervously. The morning air feels strangely cool after yesterday's brutal heat. Low clouds drift across the prairie, while campfires burn weakly beneath damp wind. You wake to hushed voices nearby and immediately sense something has changed. A young boy from one of the smaller wagons fell sick during the night. His mother barely slept. You glance toward their wagon while helping prepare breakfast beside the fire. The family moves slowly this morning. The boy lies beneath blankets despite the mild weather, his face pale against the rough canvas bedding. His younger sister watches silently while clutching a rag doll missing one button eye. Nobody says the word cholera aloud yet, but everyone thinks it. Disease shadows nearly every wagon train crossing the frontier during these years. Historians estimate thousands of emigrants died from illnesses along western trails, especially cholera outbreaks spreading through contaminated water and crowded camps. The disease terrified travelers because symptoms appeared suddenly and often killed frighteningly fast, and medical knowledge remains painfully limited. You sip bitter coffee while listening to worried conversation drifting between nearby fires. Some emigrants blame bad water. Others insist prairie air itself causes sickness. One older traveler argues illness spreads through foul odors rising from stagnant creeks, reflecting a medical theory still widely accepted during the 1850s. Modern germ theory has not fully arrived yet, so people guess, A woman nearby mixes herbs into steaming water while explaining her grandmother's fever remedy with complete confidence. Another emigrant swears by mustard plasters. Someone else recommends whiskey for nearly every frontier emergency, including apparently sadness, exhaustion, and difficult weather. To be fair, whiskey probably improves morale at minimum. The wagon train moves later than usual today because several families remain delayed caring for sick children. Clouds hang low across the plains while wheels roll slowly through damp grass. The atmosphere feels subdued now. Conversations stay quiet. People glance toward coughing travelers with careful concern mixed uneasily with fear. That mixture becomes common on the frontier, compassion and self-preservation walking side by side. You notice small details more sharply today. The tired way one mother checks her daughter's forehead repeatedly while walking. The silence around a wagon carrying an elderly man too weak to climb down anymore. The cautious distance people maintain from certain camps during rest stops. Even children sense the tension spreading through the train. By midday, the sky clears into pale blue, while heat returns across the prairie. The wagon train halts beside a creek bordered with cottonwoods, where animals drink greedily, despite everyone's growing suspicion of water sources. A debate begins almost immediately. Some emigrants want to boil all drinking water before continuing. Others complain that gathering enough fuel remains impossible on open plains already stripped bare by earlier wagon trains. One exhausted father argues they cannot stop traveling every time someone develops a fever. Another man nearly punches him for saying it. Frontier stress often transforms ordinary disagreements into deeply personal battles. You sit beneath a cottonwood chewing dried beef while listening to the arguments drift through camp. Nearby, the sick boy from earlier vomits weakly beside the creek while his mother kneels beside him helplessly. The sight silences everyone. Historians still debate how emigrants emotionally processed constant exposure to illness and death during overland migration. Diaries reveal remarkable resilience alongside exhaustion and grief. Many travelers understood sickness as ordinary frontier reality because 19th century life everywhere involved far more disease than modern societies tolerate comfortably. Still, understanding something intellectually does not make watching it easier. The afternoon passes heavily. Heat presses downward across the plains, while wagon wheels grind steadily westward through dry grass. Several travelers cough constantly now. One woman rides inside a wagon wrapped in blankets despite the warmth. Even healthy emigrants appear more tired today, as though anxiety itself drains energy from the entire train. You begin noticing how fragile everything feels out here. A broken axle, a bad river crossing, fever spreading through camp. Survival depends upon dozens of small ordinary things continuing to function correctly day after day across immense empty landscapes. Toward evening, camp forms beside a shallow rise overlooking endless prairie. The sunshine burns deep orange through gathering dust, while exhausted emigrants prepare supper quietly. Fires crackle low beneath iron pots, coffee boils. Somewhere nearby, a baby cries without stopping. The sick boy worsens after dark. Lantern light flickers softly around his family's wagon, while whispers drift through the cooling air. A traveling doctor examines him using methods that seem to involve equal parts practical knowledge and hopeful improvisation. He recommends rest, boiled water, and laudanum. Unfortunately, frontier medicine often begins with rest and ends with good luck. You sit beside the fire, staring out across moonlit grasslands, while coyotes call faintly in the distance. Nearby conversations move softer tonight. People speak about home more often during difficult evenings. Familiar kitchens, safe wells, church socials, beds that did not smell constantly of dust and livestock. Yet nobody turns back. That remains the remarkable part. Fear travels beside the wagon train now as surely as oxen and wheels. Illness reminds everyone how quickly frontier dreams can collapse into tragedy beneath the vast, indifferent prairie sky. Still, tomorrow morning, the wagons will roll west again, and somewhere in the darkness beyond the firelight, the trail continues waiting patiently for all of you. The grave gets dug beside the trail before sunrise. Nobody speaks much while it happens. The prairie air feels cold and strangely delicate in the gray hour before dawn. Wind moves softly through tall grass, silvered with dew, while several men work quietly with shovels near a low rise overlooking the western trail. Metal bites into hard earth with dull rhythmic sounds. Nearby oxen stand motionless beneath the fading stars, as though even the animals understand something solemn has settled across camp. The sick boy died sometime during the night. His mother has not stopped crying. You stand beside the wagon, holding your hat awkwardly against your chest, while the camp wakes slowly around the tragedy. Fires burn low this morning. Coffee boils unnoticed. Children whisper instead of laughing. Even the usual clatter of harness chains sounds muted beneath the heavy silence spreading through the wagon train. Death travels beside the frontier constantly. Historians estimate thousands of immigrants died along the western trails during the Great Migration decades. Cholera, fever, accidents, drowning, exhaustion. Some wagon companies lost only a few people. Others suffered devastating outbreaks that reshaped entire journeys. Yet what unsettles modern historians most is often how quickly the trail forced survivors onward afterward. Because the wagons cannot stop for long, the boy's family sits together near the wagon, wrapped in blankets against the cold morning wind. His little sister clutches the same one-eyed rag doll while staring blankly toward the prairie horizon. Their father moves carefully now, like a man suddenly uncertain where his hands belong. No one knows exactly what to say. Frontier grief rarely receives proper space. A preacher from another wagon train offers to conduct the burial. He carries a weathered Bible wrapped carefully in cloth against dust and rain. Nearby, someone quietly gathers wild prairie flowers, despite the season offering only sparse blooms among the grass. The grave itself looks heartbreakingly small. You glance westward, while the first pale sunlight spreads slowly across the plains. Wagon tracks continue endlessly toward the horizon. More emigrant trains drift in the distance, already moving through morning dust far beyond your camp. The migration continues whether people survive it or not. That realization feels cruel today. The burial begins shortly after sunrise. Everyone gathers quietly near the grave, while cold wind stirs through the prairie grass around your boots. The preacher speaks softly about journeys, endurance, and God's mercy across difficult roads. His voice drifts gently beneath the widening sky, while meadowlarks sing somewhere nearby with complete indifference to human sorrow. One unresolved historical debate involves how frontier emigrants emotionally balanced grief against survival necessities during overland travel. Diaries sometimes describe burials with heartbreaking tenderness. Others record deaths almost briefly, perhaps because exhaustion left little room for reflection. Maybe people protected themselves by continuing forward. The small coffin disappears beneath earth surprisingly quickly. That may be the hardest part. A few shovel loads of dirt, quiet prayers, a rough wooden marker carved hastily with the boy's name and year. Then the prairie begins reclaiming the place almost immediately. You notice travelers avoiding eye contact afterward. Everyone understands the unspoken fear now. If sickness spreads further, more graves may follow. The wagon train departs later than usual. Wheels creak slowly through the morning grass, while the grieving family rides in silence near the center of the train. Several women leave small gifts beside their wagon before departure. Biscuits wrapped carefully in cloth, dried apples, a tiny carved wooden horse for the little sister. Human kindness survives strange conditions. The prairie stretches outward beneath brightening skies while the trail resumes its familiar rhythm. Walking, dust, harness chains, wind through grass, yet something invisible has shifted since yesterday. Conversations stay softer, laughter comes less easily. You walk beside the wagon, thinking about how quickly the frontier changes ordinary expectations around death. Back east, funerals often involve churches, neighbors, flowers, family cemeteries carefully maintained across generations. Here, the dead rest beside wagon ruts beneath open skies, where strangers may pass within days without ever knowing names or stories. Some emigrants reportedly buried loved ones directly beneath the trail itself during later years, partly to discourage grave robbers and animal scavengers. Historians still debate how often this actually happened versus becoming frontier legend. Either way, the thought lingers unpleasantly. Around midday, the wagon train stops beside a narrow creek lined with cottonwoods. Nobody lingers long. Water gets collected quickly. Animals drink. Supper biscuits from morning reappear quietly beside the fireless meal. Even the children seem tired today. The afternoon grows hot beneath cloudless skies while the trail rolls endlessly westward through pale grasslands. Dust rises again, wheels groan, life continues with almost insulting persistence. You begin understanding something difficult about the frontier now. The trail does not pause for sorrow. Oxen still require feeding. Wheels still break. Rivers still wait ahead. People still argue over pace and supplies and shortcuts. Survival demands motion even when hearts remain behind beside lonely prairie graves. Toward evening, one older emigrant begins singing softly while walking beside his wagon. A hymn, perhaps. The melody drifts backward through warm, dusty air, carrying strange comfort with it. Gradually, others join, not loudly, just enough to remind one another they are still together out here beneath the enormous western sky. Camp forms that night beside low hills glowing gold beneath sun-moot light. Fires burn quietly while supper cooks in iron pots. Someone tells a gentle story to restless children. The grieving family remains mostly alone near the edge of camp, though neighbors check on them often without making a spectacle of kindness. You sit beside the fire, watching darkness spread slowly across the plains. Far behind you now, a small grave rests beside the trail beneath open prairie stars. And tomorrow, more wagons will pass it heading west. The first riders appear at noon, emerging silently from the heat shimmer far beyond the wagon train. At first you think they might be scouts returning from ahead on the trail. Then the shapes become clearer against the prairie sunlight. Different horses, different clothing, calm, controlled movement, unlike the restless pace of emigrant travel. Word spreads quickly. Indians! The reaction moves through the wagon train like sudden wind through tall grass. Conversations stop. Children get called closer beside wagons. Several men instinctively reach for rifles, despite having no immediate reason beyond fear and habit. You notice the wagon captain sigh quietly at this. By the 1850s, relationships between westward emigrants and native nations across the plains have already become deeply complicated. Some encounters involve trade, guidance, and peaceful exchange. Others grow tense or violent due to broken treaties, disease, military conflict, or competition over land and resources. Yet around frontier campfires, rumors usually travel faster than truth, and fear exaggerates everything. The riders approach slowly across the open prairie beneath glaring afternoon sunlight. There are 6 of them altogether, mounted on lean horses moving with effortless confidence through the grasslands. Their silhouettes shimmer in the heat, while feathers and beadwork catch brief flashes of light. The wagon train halts. Dust settles slowly around the stopped wagons, while everyone watches in uneasy silence. The prairie itself seems to pause with you. Wind moves softly through dry grass. Harness chains clink faintly. Somewhere, a baby begins crying, without understanding why adults suddenly sound nervous. You study the riders more carefully now. They do not look threatening exactly. Mostly they look observant. One older man rides slightly ahead of the others, carrying himself with quiet patience. Another younger rider glances across the wagons with visible curiosity toward the endless clutter emigrants drag westward. Iron pots, furniture, livestock, children, barrels bouncing beneath canvas covers. To native communities accustomed to life on the plains, wagon trains probably appeared both fascinating and absurd. The riders stop several yards from the lead wagon. For a moment, nobody speaks. Then the older rider raises one hand calmly in greeting. The tension eases slightly. Historians still debate how accurately emigrant diaries portrayed native encounters during overland migration. Some accounts describe generosity and assistance almost casually. Others reflect suspicion shaped by frontier newspapers, military propaganda, or isolated conflicts repeated endlessly through rumor. The reality varied enormously depending upon region, tribe, timing, and individual circumstance. Today, at least, the meeting begins peacefully. A translator from another wagon company nearby speaks some trade language learned through earlier frontier travel. The conversation unfolds slowly beneath the hot prairie sun. Words pass carefully between groups, while nervous emigrants pretend not to stare too obviously. The riders belong to a nearby plains tribe moving seasonally through this region. They ask about the wagon train's direction and offer information about water sources farther west in exchange for trade goods. Suddenly the atmosphere changes completely. Because emigrants understand water means survival, trading begins cautiously at first. Coffee, tobacco, needles, cloth, small metal tools. One native rider examines an iron cooking pot with visible interest, while another laughs softly watching emigrant children chase a loose chicken between the wagons. The sound of laughter helps everyone breathe again. You notice details now, impossible to see through fear alone. Beautiful beadwork stitched carefully into clothing, horse tack decorated with dyed porcupine quills, the effortless riding skill of people clearly shaped by these grasslands in ways Eastern emigrants can barely comprehend. One unresolved scholarly debate concerns how many emigrants underestimated native agricultural systems, trade networks, and political structures across the plains. Frontier myths often portrayed the West as empty wilderness waiting for settlement, ignoring millions already living there with sophisticated societies and histories stretching back centuries. Standing here now, that myth feels impossible to believe. The older rider gestures toward the western horizon while explaining something through the translator. A river crossing ahead has become difficult after recent storms. The banks turned muddy. One wagon already overturned days earlier. He recommends following slightly higher ground southward before rejoining the trail. The wagon captain listens carefully. Practical knowledge matters more than pride out here. Meanwhile, several women from the wagon train exchange food with the visitors. Dried apples, biscuits, salt pork. In return, one rider offers strips of dried buffalo meat tougher than leather, but surprisingly flavorful once chewed long enough. Frontier cuisine remains deeply committed to jaw strength. The afternoon drifts warmer beneath endless blue sky, while the two groups linger together beside the halted wagons. Children recover fastest from tension as usual. Soon, several emigrant boys stand openly fascinated by the riders' horses and bows, while one native teenager watches the enormous oxen teams with equal disbelief. Honestly, both reactions seem reasonable. Yet beneath the calm interaction, unease still lingers quietly around the edges. Too much conflict already exists across the frontier by this period for complete trust to come easily. Military forts expand farther west each year. Wagon migration disrupts hunting grounds and travel routes. Disease spreads ahead of settlement. Fear grows on all sides. History moves heavily through encounters like this, even when everyone behaves peacefully. Eventually, the riders prepare to leave. Final trades get completed, hands raised again in farewell. Horses turn westward through the tall grass beneath late afternoon sunlight. Within minutes, the riders shrink into distant silhouettes, moving gracefully across the prairie until heat shimmer swallows them entirely. The wagon train remains quiet for a while afterward. Then conversations erupt everywhere at once. Some emigrants describe the meeting positively. Others remain suspicious despite the peaceful exchange. One man insists the riders likely exaggerated river dangers to redirect the wagon train elsewhere. Another argues their advice probably saved lives. The frontier rarely provides perfect certainty. That evening, camp forms beside low, rolling hills, glowing amber beneath sunset. Fires crackle softly while people retell the encounter repeatedly, with small details already changing through memory and emotion. You sit beside the fire chewing dried buffalo meat while stars emerge slowly overhead. And out there, somewhere beyond the dark prairie horizon, the riders continue their own journey beneath the same western sky. Fresh meat changes the emotional condition of an entire wagon train almost instantly. You discover this shortly after dawn, when rumors begin spreading through camp that antelope have been spotted near the river valley ahead. Suddenly, exhausted emigrants who complained bitterly about walking yesterday transform into determined frontier hunters, tightening bootlaces beside the wagons before sunrise. Salt pork fatigue is a powerful motivator. The morning air feels wonderfully cool after several oppressive days on the plains. Mist drifts low across the grasslands, while the wagon train follows a shallow river winding westward between gentle hills. Cottonwoods rustle softly beside the water. Somewhere unseen, birds chatter noisily in the reeds. The world smells alive this morning. Wet earth, river mud, sage crushed beneath wagon wheels, wood smoke lingering faintly from breakfast fires, extinguished too quickly. After weeks of dust and heat, even ordinary green grass begins feeling luxurious. You walk beside the wagon, sipping coffee from a tin cup, while scouts ride ahead searching for game. Fresh meat matters for more than morale. Salted trail food keeps people alive. Certainly, but it slowly drains enthusiasm from existence itself. Beans, bacon, biscuits, repeat forever until civilization collapses emotionally. One emigrant claims he would trade a month's supply of coffee for a single fresh peach. Nobody questions his sincerity. Historians studying overland migration often emphasize how difficult food management became on long journeys. Travelers carried enormous quantities of flour, bacon, dried beans, coffee, sugar, and rice, yet spoilage, accidents, river crossings, and simple exhaustion constantly threatened supplies. Hunting helped supplement diets but remained unpredictable. Also, frontier hunting turns out to involve significantly more walking than dramatic movie scenes suggest. By mid-morning, the wagon train halts near a river bend where fresh tracks cut through damp soil along the shoreline. Excitement ripples quickly through camp. Several experienced hunters prepare rifles, while others volunteer eagerly, despite possessing absolutely no useful skills beyond enthusiasm. You join them anyway. The hunting party moves quietly through tall grass, silvered with lingering dew. Sunlight spreads slowly across the valley now, warming the cool air while insects buzz lazily above the reeds. Every sound suddenly feels magnified. Boots brushing grass, leather creaking softly, someone breathing too loudly from nervous excitement. One older hunter immediately turns around and whispers that half the group walks like collapsing furniture. Fair criticism, honestly. The tracks lead toward low rolling hills dotted with sagebrush. There, grazing peacefully beneath the widening morning sky, stand several pronghorn antelope. They look almost delicate compared to buffalo. Slim bodies, pale tan coats, nervous, graceful movement across the grasslands. One lifts its head sharply toward the wind, ears twitching while the others continue grazing. The hunters crouch low immediately. You try crouching too and nearly fall directly into a cactus. The frontier continues teaching humility with remarkable consistency. A long silence follows while rifles get positioned carefully. The prairie itself seems to pause beneath the tension. Wind slides softly through dry grass. Somewhere far behind you, faint wagon noises drift across the valley from camp. Then the shots explode across the hills. The antelope scatter instantly. White tails flash through the grasslands with astonishing speed, while echoes roll away across the valley. One animal drops cleanly near the edge of the riverbank. Another limps briefly before vanishing over a rise, with the rest of the herd disappearing behind it like smoke blown across the prairie. The hunters remain motionless several seconds longer. Then everyone begins talking at once. Success on the trail always creates noise afterward. You approach the fallen antelope carefully beneath brightening sunlight. Up close, the animal seems smaller than expected, though still enough to feed several families tonight. One experienced hunter kneels beside it quietly for a moment before beginning the work of field dressing the carcass. Frontier life contains constant reminders about where food actually comes from. The smell arrives immediately. Blood, warm fur, river mud, sharp metallic scent drifting upward into the cool air. Some emigrants turn pale during scenes like this, despite weeks on the trail. Others adapt quickly. Human beings become practical under pressure. A younger hunter explains different methods for preserving fresh meat during overland travel. Smoking helps when enough wood exists. Drying strips in the sun works better on open plains. One unresolved scholarly debate concerns how much emigrants borrowed survival techniques from native communities encountered along western trails. The answer appears to be quite a lot. Though frontier narratives often underplayed those influences later, the return to camp feels triumphant. Children run forward excitedly when they spot the antelope tied across a wagon tongue. Even exhausted adults smile more easily now. Fires get prepared immediately despite the early hour. Knives sharpened, iron pots cleaned carefully. Someone produces hidden spices saved for special occasions. Apparently, frontier civilization survives partly through strategic seasoning. The entire camp smells different by afternoon. Roasting meat drifts through the valley beneath warm sunlight, while laughter spreads between wagons again. People linger longer beside the fires. Stories grow louder. Even the grieving family from earlier days seems slightly less withdrawn tonight. Food carries comfort deeper than hunger. You sit beside the river cleaning your tin plate, while sunset paints the hills gold and crimson. Nearby, several emigrants discuss hunting routes farther west, where buffalo supposedly grow even more numerous. Another traveler warns that game becomes scarce along heavily traveled sections of trail already stripped bare by earlier wagon companies. The frontier changes quickly. Darkness settles gently across camp, while supper fires burn low beside the water. Coyotes begin calling from distant hills, attracted perhaps by cooking smells drifting through the cool evening air. You lean back beside the wagon, listening to river water moving softly through reeds beneath the stars. And for the first time in many difficult days, the wagon train feels almost content. Nothing on the frontier stays fixed for very long. Not wagon wheels, not weather, not tempers, certainly not optimism. By now the trail has worn everyone thinner around the edges. Boots split unexpectedly. Harness leather cracks beneath heat and strain. Iron fittings loosen from constant rattling across rough ground. Even simple tasks require repairs before they collapse into larger disasters. The wagon train wakes early, beneath a pale gray dawn, smelling faintly of rain and wood smoke. A cold wind moves through camp while emigrants emerge stiffly from blankets, already anticipating another difficult day westward. Then someone discovers 3 wagons damaged overnight. One axle cracked, one wheel warped, one ox harness chewed nearly apart by something during the darkness. Probably rodents, though one child immediately insists wolves infiltrated camp for sabotage purposes. Honestly, frontier children possess impressive imaginations. The repairs begin before breakfast. You kneel beside the wagon, helping tighten iron braces, while numb fingers struggle against cold metal, slick with morning dew. Nearby blacksmith tools clang softly against stones, leather straps creak. Someone curses steadily beneath another wagon after smashing a thumb with remarkable precision. The frontier transforms ordinary citizens into unwilling mechanics astonishingly fast. Historians often note how emigrants traveling west learned practical engineering through sheer necessity. Most Eastern families began these journeys with limited mechanical experience, yet months later many could repair axles, reshoot wagon tires, patch harnesses, and improvise solutions from broken scraps scattered beside the trail. Because failure to learn meant failure to continue. Coffee finally appears around sunrise, carried carefully between repair sites by exhausted women balancing tin cups against the cold wind. The coffee tastes burnt, gritty, and miraculous. One emigrant claims frontier coffee could probably dissolve horseshoes if left unattended. Nobody doubts him. The wagon train departs late again once repairs finally hold together well enough to risk movement. Wheels groan immediately against the trail. The prairie rolls endlessly westward beneath low clouds, while wind flattens the grasslands into silver-green waves stretching toward the horizon. You notice abandoned wagons more frequently now. Some lie tipped sideways beside the trail, with broken axles jutting upward like snapped bones. Others appear carefully stripped of useful parts before being abandoned to weather and distance. Rusted stove pieces scatter through the grass, chairs, barrels, crates split open long ago beneath rain and heat. Little museums of exhausted decisions. One unresolved scholarly debate concerns how many emigrants began the journey dramatically overprepared compared to those who reached the mountains months later. Diaries repeatedly describe travelers throwing away possessions mile after mile, while survival stripped life toward essentials. Furniture disappears first. Vanity usually follows close behind. By midday, the clouds clear suddenly, releasing brutal heat across the plains. The temperature rises so quickly it feels almost personal. Sweat darkens clothing, dust sticks to skin, oxen breathe heavily beneath the strain, while wagon wheels squeal louder each hour. Then another breakdown stops the train entirely. This time a wagon tongue splits while crossing uneven ground near a dry creek bed. The sharp crack echoes across the prairie, followed immediately by several deeply creative frontier insults from the wagon owner. The entire train halts once more. Repairs under afternoon heat feel almost unbearable. Sunlight pounds down across open grasslands without mercy, while emigrants drag tools and spare wood from supply wagons. Flies swarm instantly around sweating people and animals. Children wilt beneath the temperature like neglected garden plants. You help lift the damaged wagon while another emigrant shapes replacement wood using a saw and hatchet beneath the shade of absolutely nothing. The prairie offers many things. Shade rarely joins the list. A guide nearby explains that wagon failures become more common farther west, where rougher ground punishes weakened equipment. Mountain travel ahead will destroy even sturdy wagons if emigrants neglect repairs now. The mountains again. Everyone speaks about them constantly, despite nobody seeing them yet. That creates strange psychological tension across the trail. The plains already feel exhausting beyond imagination. Yet experienced travelers insist the truly difficult sections still wait ahead. Rivers, desert stretches, high passes, early snow, and Frontier optimism survives mostly through selective listening. The repair drags into late afternoon before the wagon finally stands usable again. Tempers grow short during the delay. One argument erupts over borrowed tools and nearly becomes physical before several women intervene with expressions suggesting they may personally bury both men beside the trail if necessary. Peace returns immediately. Civilization often depends upon exhausted women maintaining order around foolish men. The wagon train moves only a few more miles before stopping early beside a shallow creek lined with scrub cottonwoods. Everyone looks defeated tonight. Fires burn low, conversations drift quietly through camp. Even supper preparation feels slower than usual. Yet repairs continue long after sunset. That is the remarkable part. Lanterns flicker beside wagons, while emigrants keep working through the darkness. Hammer blows ring softly across camp. Harnesses get stitched beside fading fires. Wheels receive fresh grease beneath moonlight. Human beings remain astonishingly stubborn creatures when survival demands persistence. You sit beside the wagon, carving splinters from a damaged board, while stars emerge overhead one by one. Nearby, an older emigrant repairs boots using thread so worn it barely resembles thread anymore. Nobody complains much now. The trail has slowly replaced outrage with endurance. Somewhere beyond the firelight, coyotes yip across the prairie darkness while wind rustles through the cottonwoods beside camp. Tomorrow another wheel will probably crack. Another harness will fail. Another repair will demand hours beneath dust and heat. And somehow the wagon train will continue west anyway. The children adapt faster than anyone else. That realization unsettles the adults almost daily now. Weeks ago, the younger emigrants still behaved like Eastern town children. They complained about walking, cried over dust, asked endlessly when the journey would end. Some remained frightened by thunderstorms, buffalo herds, and the endless open prairie stretching beyond sight. Now they race barefoot beside the wagons, chasing grasshoppers through the dust like tiny frontier nomads. Meanwhile, the adults look increasingly exhausted. Morning begins bright and windy across rolling grasslands, already turning gold beneath late summer sunlight. The wagon train breaks camp beside a shallow creek, while smoke drifts low from breakfast fires. Coffee boils. Bacon crackles weakly inside blackened skillets. Somewhere nearby, a mule escapes again with the weary professionalism of an animal deeply committed to chaos. 3 children catch it before sunrise fully arrives. The adults barely react anymore. You watch them laughing breathlessly beside the captured mule while tightening straps across the wagon canvas. Their faces look thinner now, tanned darker from constant sun, clothing patched repeatedly at elbows and knees. Yet they move through camp with easy familiarity, climbing wagon wheels and balancing along wagon tongues like circus performers raised entirely on frontier dust. One historian studying emigrant diaries noted the children often viewed the overland trails less as catastrophe and more as enormous unpredictable adventure. Adults measured hardship constantly against responsibilities and fear. Children adapted through curiosity. The prairie becomes their playground astonishingly quickly. The wagon train starts moving shortly after dawn, beneath a sky washed perfectly blue by strong western wind. Grass ripples endlessly around the trail, while distant antelope flash briefly along the horizon before disappearing again into the hills. You walk beside the wagon listening to children ahead invent games from almost nothing. One group pretends buffalo chips are frontier currency. Another stages elaborate imaginary battles against invisible prairie monsters, supposedly living inside tall grass near the trail. One little girl marches proudly beside the wagons, carrying a stick she insists functions as both rifle and royal scepter, depending on emergencies. Honestly, that seems efficient. The adults, meanwhile, speak mostly about supplies, weather, and distance. Always distance. How many miles covered yesterday? How many remain before the mountains? Whether the river ahead still carries enough water? Whether flour reserves will last another month without rationing harder? Children measure the journey differently. They remember unusual rocks, strange clouds, animal tracks beside streams, or the exact place someone accidentally dropped a pie into the dirt last week. Their memories gather stories, while adults gather worries. Around midday, the wagon train stops beside low hills scattered with sagebrush and scrub cottonwoods. The wind carries warm, dusty smells through camp, while emigrants collapse gratefully into patches of shade. Oxen graze nearby. Horses swish their tails against flies. Someone washes clothing in a shallow, muddy stream with complete emotional resignation. You sit chewing dried apples beside the wagon, while several boys attempt teaching a younger child how to crack a bullwhip without injuring himself. This goes poorly, very poorly. The resulting chaos includes screaming, laughter, one frightened chicken, and a wagon captain threatening to personally relocate the whip into the river if the nonsense continues another minute. The children recover immediately afterward and begin collecting unusual stones instead. Frontier childhood appears remarkably resilient, yet not every change feels comforting. You notice how quickly the older children now handle tasks once considered adult work. Driving ox teams, gathering fuel, cooking simple meals, watching younger siblings while parents repair wagons or negotiate trail decisions. The frontier strips away long childhoods almost as efficiently as it strips wagon paint. One unresolved scholarly debate centers around how frontier migration shaped children, psychologically compared to adults. Some later memoirs describe excitement and freedom. Others reveal trauma, grief, and fear hidden beneath adventurous memories. Human experience rarely arranges itself neatly for historians. The afternoon grows hotter while the trail climbs gradually through rougher country. Rocks replace soft prairie soil. Wagon wheels grind harder now. Dust rises thicker beneath the strain of constant movement. Ahead on the trail, two small boys walk proudly beside an ox team carrying rifles almost taller than themselves. Unloaded rifles, thankfully. Probably. One woman quietly remarks that frontier children grow old too fast. Another answers, or maybe they just grow useful. Neither sounds entirely certain whether that is praise. Toward evening, dark clouds gather along the northern horizon, while cool wind sweeps across the grasslands, carrying hints of approaching rain. The wagon train pushes several more miles before camping beside a narrow creek lined with willow trees bending in the wind. Children scatter instantly after supper. Some search for frogs near the creek bank. Others climb low branches, despite exhausted parents ordering caution every few minutes. Their laughter drifts across camp beneath the deepening twilight, while adults sit heavily beside fires, too tired even for long conversation tonight. You watch a young girl teaching her little brother how to identify wagon constellations in the sky? The Dipper points west, she explains confidently. This is completely inaccurate astronomy, yet somehow emotionally correct. The stars emerge slowly above the prairie, while camp settles into familiar nighttime rhythms. Fires crackle softly, coffee cups empty, boots dry beside fading embers. Somewhere beyond the creek, coyotes begin calling through the darkness. The children keep laughing longer than the adults tonight. And listening beside the firelight, you realize the frontier may be shaping them into people who will someday belong out here more naturally than anyone who remembers the settled East. The abandoned wagons begin appearing more often now. At first, you only notice one every few days beside the trail. A broken wheel half buried in prairie grass, a rusted stove discarded beside dry creek beds, splintered furniture abandoned beneath the endless western sky. Now entire wagons sit deserted along the route like silent warnings. The morning begins cool beneath pale silver clouds, drifting low across the plains. Wind carries the sharp scent of sagebrush, while the wagon train rolls steadily westward through rougher country than before. The prairie no longer stretches smooth and endless. Low, rocky hills interrupt the landscape now. Dry gullies twist beside the trail. Grass grows thinner across patches of dusty soil, and everywhere, evidence of those who came before. You pass the first abandoned wagon shortly after sunrise. Its canvas hangs in torn strips from weathered wooden bows, while one wheel lies collapsed beside the trail. Rust stains streak the iron fittings. The wagon bed itself still contains scattered belongings, half buried beneath dust. A cracked mirror, children's shoes, one broken rocking chair. Nobody stops walking. That becomes the strangest part. Historians studying overland migration often describe Western trails as moving corridors of debris during peak emigrant years. Thousands of travelers crossing the same routes left enormous amounts behind: furniture, clothing, tools, food barrels, even family heirlooms abandoned when wagons grew too heavy or animals too weak. The frontier constantly forces decisions between memory and survival. You glance back at the ruined wagon as it disappeared behind drifting dust. Who owned it? Did they continue safely west, turn back east, lose everything during illness or accident? The trail rarely answers such questions. Another wagon appears before midday. Then another. Some were clearly stripped intentionally for useful parts. Wheels removed, iron scavenged, boards cut away for repairs farther down the route. Others seem abandoned suddenly, almost frozen in the middle of disaster. One wagon rests tilted sideways inside a shallow ravine, where floodwater probably overturned it months earlier. A child's tin cup still hangs from the side rail, catching rainwater beneath the open sky. The sight unsettles everyone quietly. Even the children speak softer today. Around midday, the wagon train halts beside a narrow creek where scrub cottonwoods provide sparse shade against the growing heat. Dust coats everything already in the early hour. Oxen drink greedily, while emigrants collapse beneath wagons escaping the sun. Conversation circles naturally toward the abandoned wagons. One older traveler claims many emigrants overloaded themselves badly during the early weeks westward. Another insists panic caused people to discard valuable tools too quickly. A third quietly points out that some abandoned wagons likely belonged to families who never finished the journey at all. That thought settles heavily across camp. One unresolved scholarly debate concerns how overland travelers psychologically process the endless evidence of previous hardships surrounding them. Diaries often mention abandoned belongings almost casually despite how haunting the scenes sound today. Perhaps emigrants normalized such sights through necessity. Otherwise, fear would become unbearable. You sit beside the creek, chewing hard biscuits while watching several children explore nearby debris from an old campsite. Rusted nails, torn harness leather, half a barrel hoop, frontier archaeology already forming while the migration still continues. One little boy triumphantly discovers a cracked porcelain doll head buried near the bank. His mother immediately tells him to put it back. Reasonable, honestly. The afternoon grows hotter and rougher as the trail climbs gradually through rocky terrain. Wagon wheels jolt violently over uneven ground now. Repairs become constant again. Dust rises in thick, choking clouds behind every wagon. Then the oxen ahead stop moving entirely. The lead team refuses a steep, rocky incline near a narrow pass where earlier wagons carved deep ruts into the slope. Drivers shout, whips crack through the hot air, wheels grind uselessly against loose stones. Nothing moves. Finally, several emigrants begin unloading supplies directly beside the trail to lighten the wagons temporarily. Flour barrels, extra furniture, crates of tools. The scene unfolds with grim familiarity now. One family abandons an iron stove too heavy to continue hauling uphill. The mother touches it briefly before walking away. You understand that gesture completely. Historians sometimes describe the overland trails as long processes of forced simplification. Every mile west demanded travelers reconsider what truly mattered. Heavy possessions slowly transformed from comfort into burden. Yet abandoning objects rarely feels practical in the moment. It feels personal. By late afternoon, the wagon train finally reaches higher ground, overlooking miles of rolling plains behind you. From here, the trail appears as faint, dusty lines stretching eastward across endless country, scattered with tiny moving wagons still crawling west. And scattered among them, abandoned things. The mountains remain invisible still, though travelers insist they cannot be far now. Everyone senses the landscape changing. The air feels drier, nights colder, grass thinner, water sources less reliable. The frontier grows harder mile by mile. Camp forms early beside a cluster of low hills, offering partial shelter from strengthening evening winds. Fires burn small because fuel grows scarce again. Buffalo chips smoke heavily beneath supper pots, while darkness settles across the rocky plains. You wander briefly beyond camp after supper and find another abandoned wagon resting alone beside the trail beneath fading sunset light. This one still carries a name painted faintly along the sideboards. Most of the letters disappeared beneath weather and dust. Yet someone once stood proudly beside that wagon, believing it would carry them safely toward a better life. Now it sits empty beneath the western sky, while coyotes call softly from distant hills. And tomorrow, your own wagon train will continue west past it without stopping. The mountains finally appear at sunset. For weeks, they existed only as rumor and promise, drifting through wagon train conversations. Guides spoke about them constantly. Travelers argued over routes crossing them. Old trail veterans described snow, steep passes, and freezing rivers flowing down from heights nobody back east could properly imagine. Now, at last, they rise along the western horizon, and they do not look real. The day begins ordinary enough beneath pale morning skies. Wagons creak westward through dry, rolling plains scattered with sagebrush and rocky outcroppings. Dust follows the train in long, drifting clouds, while oxen plod steadily forward beneath widening heat. Nobody expects revelation today. That is usually how the frontier works. You walk beside the wagon through most of the morning, listening to familiar trail sounds settle around you like routine. Harness chains clinking softly, wagon wheels rattling against stone, wind moving through dry grass. Somewhere ahead, children singing nonsense songs about buffalo and pancakes with impressive emotional commitment. The plains themselves feel different lately. Less open, perhaps. Low hills interrupt the horizon more often now. Shallow ravines twist unexpectedly through the landscape. Water grows harder to find. Even the air seems thinner somehow, sharper against your lungs during long uphill stretches. One experienced guide quietly remarks that the country is beginning to rise beneath your feet. Around midday, the wagon train halts beside a narrow creek barely flowing through cracked earth and scattered stones. The water tastes mineral-heavy and unpleasant, yet everyone drinks deeply anyway. Oxen stand knee-deep in muddy banks, swishing tails lazily against flies. Nearby, several emigrants debate whether snow already covers the high mountain passes ahead. In summer, the thought seems absurd. Then again, 6 months ago, the idea of eating supper cooked over dried buffalo dung while sleeping beside abandoned wagons on endless prairie also would have sounded absurd. The frontier gradually expands your definition of normal. Historians studying emigrant diaries often note how emotionally significant the first mountain sightings became for overland travelers. After endless weeks crossing relatively flat plains, the sudden appearance of the Rockies or Sierra Nevada felt almost mythic. Some emigrants described excitement, others described dread. Most felt both at once. The afternoon grows hotter as the wagon train continues westward through increasingly rough country. Dust coats your face, sweat darkens your collar, wagon wheels grind harder over stony ground, while the oxen breathe heavily during long climbs. Then sometime near evening, a shout rises from farther ahead on the trail. At first nobody understands it. Then another voice repeats the words, "The mountains." People stop walking almost immediately. You climb a low rise beside the trail, while the wagon train gathers silently around you. And there, impossibly far yet impossibly enormous, pale blue shapes stretch across the western horizon beneath the golden evening sky. Mountains, real mountains? For a long moment, nobody speaks. The peaks rise like another world entirely, jagged outlines glowing faintly silver above distant haze. Snow catches the sinking sunlight along the highest ridges, while shadows deepen beneath vast slopes disappearing into blue distance. They look beautiful. They also look terrifying. Children stare openly amazed beside the wagons. Several adults remove hats unconsciously, as though standing before a cathedral. One woman begins quietly crying without embarrassment. You understand why? The mountains make everything behind you feel suddenly small. The plains already seemed endless beyond imagination, Yet those distant peaks reveal how much farther the journey still stretches westward. Weeks, perhaps months more, travel through landscapes increasingly difficult and unforgiving. One unresolved scholarly debate concerns how accurately emigrants estimated mountain dangers before reaching them. Trail guides varied wildly in reliability. Some minimized risks to encourage migration west. Others exaggerated conditions dramatically. Most travelers reach the mountains with only fragments of useful knowledge. The wagon captain studies the horizon thoughtfully beside you. "Beautiful," someone whispers nearby. "Yes," another answers, "and dangerous." That becomes the evening mood across camp after the wagon train finally continues onward toward a nearby river valley. Excitement mixes uneasily with anxiety. Conversations circle constantly around mountain passes, snowstorms, steep trails, and rumors about travelers trapped during early winters farther west. The frontier loves reminding people that beauty and danger often arrive together. Camp forms beside the river shortly after sunset, while the mountains remain visible far beyond the western plains, glowing faintly beneath deepening twilight. Fires spark alive beside the wagons. Coffee boils. Supper cooks slowly in iron pots, while exhausted emigrants keep glancing westward, almost involuntarily. Nobody can stop looking at them. You sit beside the fire chewing roasted meat, while cool night wind drifts down from the distant high country, carrying scents unfamiliar to the plains. Pine, perhaps, stone, cold water moving through unseen canyons. The air itself feels changed now. Several older travelers begin sharing mountain stories after dark. Narrow passes where wagons barely fit between cliffs. Rivers freezing overnight, even during early autumn. Snow arriving suddenly without warning. One man swears he once saw mountain storms bury entire trails within hours. Another emigrant accuses him immediately of exaggeration. He probably is exaggerating. Probably. Still, as darkness settles fully across the valley and stars emerge above the distant peaks, you feel something shifting quietly inside the wagon train. The plains journey is ending. The mountains wait ahead now beneath moonlight and snow. And for the first time since leaving the Missouri River, you truly understand how enormous the American frontier really is. The mountains look beautiful from far away. Up close, they appear determined to kill wagons. The trail begins climbing almost immediately now. Gentle prairie slopes disappear behind you, replaced by narrow rocky paths, twisting upward through dry foothills scattered with pine trees and jagged stone. Wagon wheels grind against loose gravel. Oxen strain harder with every mile. The air cools noticeably, even beneath bright morning sunlight. And suddenly, the frontier stops feeling wide. Now it feels steep. The wagon train breaks camp before dawn, beside the river valley, while pale mist drifts low across the grass. Fires burn briefly for coffee and cold biscuits because everyone wants extra travel time before the afternoon climbs grow exhausting. You step away from the wagons for a moment, while the eastern sky brightens softly behind camp. The mountains tower above you now, not distant blue shapes anymore. Real cliffs, dark forests climbing impossible slopes, snow gleaming faintly along the highest ridges beneath the fading stars. Water crashes somewhere unseen through narrow canyons ahead. The scale unsettles you immediately. One historian studying emigrant accounts described the Rockies as the moment optimism encountered geology. That feels extremely accurate. The wagon train starts slowly through a narrow pass where the trail squeezes between steep rocky hillsides. Pine trees rise around you for the first time in weeks, their sharp resin scent drifting cool and clean through the morning air. After endless plains dust, the smell feels almost shocking. Bird song echoes faintly through the trees. So does swearing. Mountain travel transforms ordinary wagon movement into constant negotiation with gravity itself. Wheels slip backward on loose stones. Oxen teams struggle around tight bends barely wider than the wagons. Every steep incline requires shouting, pushing, and prayers offered with increasing sincerity. You walk beside the wagon, gripping the side rail tightly, while the trail climbs higher above the valley floor. Loose rocks tumble beneath boots. The wagon creaks alarmingly with every jolt. Looking down becomes a mistake quickly. Far below, the river glitters through pine forests while earlier sections of trail twist backward across astonishing distances already traveled. Tiny wagons move slowly through the valley like insects crawling westward. The plains suddenly seem very far away. Around mid-morning, the first real disaster nearly happens. A heavily loaded wagon ahead loses control, descending a narrow slope covered in loose gravel. The rear wheels begin sliding sideways toward the edge of a steep drop, while the terrified oxen struggle desperately for footing. Everyone starts shouting immediately. Chains rattle. Men run forward, grabbing ropes. One wheel hangs terrifyingly close to empty space, while the wagon tilts at an angle, making your stomach tighten instinctively. Inside the wagon, dishes crash loudly. Someone screams. For several endless seconds, the entire train freezes, watching gravity decide whether it feels merciful today. Then the oxen recover their footing somehow. Slowly, painfully, slowly. The wagon straightens again while emigrants pull together on ropes thick with dust and sweat. The wagon settles safely back onto the trail, accompanied by a collective release of breath across the mountainside. Nobody speaks for a moment afterward. The mountains command respect quickly. Historians often note how dramatically terrain shaped overland migration experiences. Plains travel exhausted emigrants physically through monotony and exposure. Mountain travel attacked concentration itself. One mistake could destroy everything within seconds. By midday, the wagon train halts beside a rushing creek, tumbling through rocks beneath towering pines. Snowmelt water crashes cold and clear over smooth stones, while exhausted emigrants collapse gratefully into patches of shade. The creek water tastes incredible after months of muddy prairie streams and dusty camps. Mountain water feels almost unreal against your tongue. Children splash carelessly through the shallows, despite freezing temperatures, while adults soak aching feet in the current, with expressions approaching religious devotion. One older emigrant announces he may simply live beside this creek forever. Nobody entirely blames him. The afternoon climb grows worse. The trail narrows further as the wagon train enters steep forested terrain where sunlight flickers through pine branches overhead. Tree roots twist across the ground like traps waiting for wagon wheels. Sharp turns force ox teams into exhausting maneuvers around cliff edges and boulder fields. Repairs become constant again. One wheel cracks against hidden stone. A harness strap snaps during a steep ascent. Another wagon loses part of its load down a slope when poorly secured crates tumble free during a sharp turn. The mountains take payment from everyone eventually, yet despite the danger, Beauty surrounds the trail constantly now. Tall pines whisper in cold wind, drifting down from higher peaks. Eagles circle above deep valleys cut by ancient rivers. Wildflowers bloom between rocks beside rushing streams. Snow gleams brilliantly against dark cliffs beneath the afternoon sun. The frontier keeps doing this, offering wonder directly beside exhaustion. Toward evening, the wagon train finally reaches a narrow meadow surrounded by dense forest, where camp forms beside another icy creek. Smoke rises straight upward into perfectly still mountain air, while exhausted oxen graze among the pines. Everyone looks different tonight, quieter perhaps. The mountains strip away remaining illusions quickly. You sit beside the fire wrapped in a blanket against the growing cold, while darkness settles through the trees around camp. Somewhere far above, wind moves softly across unseen ridges beneath rising stars. And tomorrow the trail climbs even higher. Snow arrives during the night. Not deep winter snow, not the kind burying cabins beneath white silence in terrifying frontier stories, just enough to transform the mountains into something colder and far less welcoming by dawn, which feels deeply unfair considering it is still early autumn. You wake before sunrise, shivering beneath damp blankets, while pale flakes drift silently through the pine trees around camp. The fire collapsed hours ago into gray ash. Nearby wagons sit dusted lightly with snow beneath the dim blue mountain dawn. Someone whispers the obvious. Snow. The word spreads through camp immediately. Exhausted emigrants emerge from wagons wrapped in coats and quilts, staring upward through the falling flakes, with expressions balanced carefully between wonder and panic. Children react first with excitement, of course. Several run laughing through the meadow, trying to catch snowflakes despite freezing hands. The adults are significantly less enchanted. Historians studying overland migration repeatedly note how weather shaped frontier psychology more powerfully than almost any other factor. Snow especially terrified emigrants crossing western mountains because timing meant survival. Too late in the season, and high passes became death traps frighteningly fast. Every traveler knows stories. Families trapped by storms, wagons buried, animals freezing. The frontier runs heavily on cautionary tales during cold weather. The snowfall remains light through breakfast, though the air feels bitter compared to the warm plains left behind weeks earlier. Fires struggle against damp wood, while coffee boils slowly beneath drifting flakes. The smell of pine smoke mixes with cold mountain air sharp enough to sting your lungs. You warm your hands beside the fire, watching snow collect along wagon covers and oxen backs. The animals seem calm enough, chewing steadily despite the weather. Oxen remain emotionally prepared for almost everything. One wagon captain announces the train must continue immediately before the trail worsens. An argument begins at once. Several emigrants insist traveling through snow-covered mountain paths risks disaster. Others argue remaining camped at higher elevations risks worse storms trapping everyone completely. Voices rise through the falling snow, while nervous children suddenly grow quiet again. The mountains create arguments the way the plains create dust. Eventually, urgency wins. The wagon train breaks camp beneath cold gray skies, while snowflakes swirl gently through the trees. Wheels crunch softly across frozen ground. Breath steams from animals and people alike. The world smells clean and sharp now. Pine resin, wet earth, smoke lingering behind campfires abandoned too quickly. You walk beside the wagon, stamping warmth back into numb feet, while the trail climbs steadily upward through dense forest. Snow collects unevenly along branches overhead. Meltwater drips constantly from rocks beside the path. The mountains look beautiful again today. This feels increasingly suspicious. The higher the wagon train climbs, the colder the air becomes. Thin ice forms along shaded creek edges. Wind moves through the pine forests with low, mournful sounds, unlike anything back east. Even conversations grow quieter beneath the snow-muted landscape. Then the trail narrows dangerously along a steep ridge. Everyone slows immediately. To your left, the mountainside rises sharply through dark pines and broken stone. To your right, the ground falls away into a deep valley partially hidden beneath drifting mist and snow. The wagon wheels suddenly seem much too close to the edge. One historian described mountain travel as a continuous negotiation between caution and momentum. Stop moving entirely, and winter catches you. Move carelessly, and gravity finishes the job sooner. You grip the wagon side tighter while oxen strain carefully uphill through the snow-slick trail. Their hooves slide occasionally against hidden ice beneath the mud. Every wagon behind you creaks and rattles through the narrow pass with exhausting slowness. Nobody jokes much today. Around midday, the snowfall finally stops, though clouds remain low across the peaks. The wagon train halts briefly near a rocky clearing where emigrants gather dead pine branches for fires and repair frozen harness straps stiff from cold. Children huddle beside the wagons wrapped in blankets now. The frontier adventure feels less playful at this altitude. You sit beside a small fire eating cold biscuits while listening to worried conversation drift through camp. Several experienced guides believe the snow will melt quickly once weather clears. Others quietly admit mountain storms behave unpredictably. One emigrant mentions the Donner Party. Silence follows immediately. Even years later, that disaster still haunts Western migration routes like a ghost story nobody enjoys hearing after dark. The afternoon trail grows steeper again as clouds begin breaking apart above the mountains. Sunlight finally touches the snowy peaks around you, turning them brilliant white against deep blue sky. The sight nearly stops your breath. Huge ridges rise endlessly westward beyond the pass. Forests, cliffs, rivers flashing silver through deep valleys far below. The entire world seems carved from stone and cold light. And somewhere across all this waits the western frontier you still have not reached. Toward evening, the wagon train descends slightly into lower forest, where the snow thins beneath taller pines. Camp forms beside a rushing creek, while exhausted emigrants build fires with desperate enthusiasm. The smell of hot coffee drifting through cold mountain air feels almost medicinal tonight. You sit close beside the flames, wrapped tightly in blankets, while sparks rise into the darkening forest overhead. Nearby, snow still clings to shadowed branches, glowing faintly beneath the first emerging stars. The mountains remain silent around camp, but everyone understands now. Winter is no longer just a story waiting somewhere ahead. It has begun following the wagon train through the trees. By now, supper has become an exercise in imagination. You stare into the cooking pot each evening, hoping it somehow transformed into roast chicken, fresh bread, peach pie, or literally anything that does not involve beans. The cooking pot, unfortunately, remains committed to realism. Beans again. The wagon train descends gradually from higher mountain passes into rough, dry country where forests thin and water grows uncertain. Snow lingers only on distant peaks now, yet the cold nights remain sharp enough to freeze water buckets by dawn. And supplies are shrinking. Everyone knows it, even when nobody says the numbers aloud. Morning begins beneath pale golden sunlight, spreading across rocky hills and scattered sagebrush. Fires crackle weakly beside camp, while emigrants scrape frost from wagon seats with tired hands. Coffee smells wonderful, but thinner than before. Flour barrels grow lighter. Salt pork reserves shrink steadily week after week. One child asks when fresh bread will return. 3 adults nearly cry hearing the question. Historians studying overland migration often emphasize how monotonous frontier food became during long journeys. Emigrants started west carrying ambitious meal plans involving preserved fruit, spices, baking supplies, and occasional luxuries. Months later, most diets collapsed toward survival basics. Flour, beans, bacon, coffee. Repeat until morale dissolves. The wagon train starts moving shortly after sunrise through dry valleys bordered by steep, rocky ridges. Dust returns immediately despite the cooler weather. Wind carries bitter mineral smells across the landscape, while sparse grass crunches beneath wagon wheels. You walk beside the wagon, chewing a biscuit hard enough to qualify as frontier masonry material. One unresolved scholarly debate concerns how emigrants actually cooked during overland travel, compared to romanticized frontier images later invented in books and films. Reality appears far less charming. Meals were often rushed, repetitive, undercooked, or eaten cold beside the trail because fuel, time, and energy remained scarce. Today, lunch consists mainly of disappointment and coffee. Around midday, the wagon train halts beside a narrow alkaline stream where the water tastes faintly like dissolved nails. Animals drink reluctantly, while emigrants refill barrels anyway, because alternatives do not exist nearby. A hunting party returns empty-handed shortly afterward. That news darkens the mood immediately. Game becomes harder to find along heavily traveled sections of trail, already disturbed by thousands of wagons moving westward. Buffalo herds drift farther away. Antelope grow wary. Smaller animals vanish quickly around crowded emigrant routes. The frontier itself feels more exhausted here. You sit beside the wagon, watching several women experiment desperately with supper preparations, using whatever remains available. One family boils flour dumplings inside bacon grease-flavored water and pretends enthusiasm. Another combines dried apples, beans, and salt pork into a meal nobody entirely trusts. One older emigrant quietly admits frontier cooking sometimes operates under the principle of, if it stays down, it counts as success. Reasonable honestly, the afternoon grows warm and windy, while the trail twists through barren country, dotted with scrub brush and scattered stones. The scenery feels harsher now, less forgiving. Even the sky appears paler somehow above these dry western valleys. Children complain about hunger more often. Adults pretend not to hear. Toward late afternoon, the wagon train encounters another group of emigrants traveling eastward back toward Missouri. That alone surprises everyone. Few people voluntarily return after crossing this much wilderness. The eastbound travelers look exhausted beyond description. Thin animals, broken wagons patched repeatedly with rawhide and scrap wood, faces hollowed by months on the trail. Yet they carry news eagerly anyway, because frontier information moves wagon to wagon across the continent. They warn about difficult desert crossings farther west, water shortages, dead livestock beside the trail, families surviving on boiled hides after supply wagons overturned. Some immigrants dismiss the stories as exaggeration. Others glance nervously toward their shrinking food barrels. You notice one eastbound woman staring openly at the supper pot simmering beside your wagon during the brief stop. Hunger recognizes itself instantly across frontiers. Before departing, your wagon captain quietly gives their group extra coffee and flour, despite your own shortages growing serious. Nobody objects. That may be the remarkable thing about the trail. Hardship hardens some people, but softens others unexpectedly. Shared struggle creates strange forms of generosity. Camp forms early that evening, beside a dry creek bed where scrub cedar provides enough fuel for small fires. Supper preparations begin with visible resignation across the wagon train. Then someone catches a rabbit, a tiny miserable rabbit. You would think they captured a dragon. Children cheer wildly while adults immediately begin debating how best to divide the meat between families. One woman adds wild onions gathered beside the trail. Another contributes the last of her dried herbs, saved carefully since Missouri. The resulting stew remains objectively questionable, yet when you taste it beside the fire beneath cooling western skies, it feels almost luxurious. Art. That is another frontier lesson. Hunger reshapes gratitude. Night settles quietly across the camp, while thin smoke rises from supper fires into the darkening desert air. Coyotes call somewhere beyond the rocky hills. Nearby, an older man tells children stories about enormous orchards supposedly waiting farther west in Oregon valleys, where apples grow sweeter than anything back east. Nobody knows whether the stories are true, but everyone listens carefully anyway. You sit beside the fading fire, scraping the last stew from your tin bowl, while stars emerge cold and bright above the western horizon. And despite the hunger, despite the dust, despite the endless uncertainty of the trail ahead, hope still survives out here somehow, even when supper tastes mostly of boiled rabbit and desperation. The rumors arrive at dusk, with another wagon train moving east. That alone makes everyone stare. By this stage of the journey, westbound emigrants far outnumber those returning toward Missouri. Most people who survive this much trail continue forward, no matter how difficult conditions become. Turning back feels emotionally impossible after months of dust, rivers, mountains, and graves beside the road. So when a small battered wagon company appears heading east through the evening light, the entire camp falls silent, watching them approach. Something must have gone terribly wrong. The westbound train reaches your camp shortly before sunset, while fires are still being lit beside the creek. Their wagons look worn almost beyond recognition, canvas patched repeatedly with mismatched cloth, wheels bound together using rawhide strips and desperate optimism. The people themselves appear thin, dusty, and deeply tired. One wagon carries no animals at all. People pull it by hand. That sight unsettles everyone more than any story possibly could. Hospitality remains one of the unwritten rules of the trail, so coffee and food get offered immediately despite shrinking supplies. The newcomers accept with exhausted gratitude, while their children sit beside the fires, staring at hot meals, as though remembering another lifetime. You notice how quietly they eat, like people conserving energy even while chewing. Darkness settles slowly across the camp, while emigrants gather around the Eastern travelers asking questions all at once. What happened ahead? How far to the next fort? Are the passes open? How bad is the desert crossing? The answers arrive unevenly beside the firelight. A shortcut failed. That becomes the center of the story. Several weeks earlier, their wagon company attempted an alternate route, recommended by a self-proclaimed trail expert, promising faster travel westward. The path supposedly avoided rough mountain crossings and saved valuable time before winter. Instead, it vanished into dry wilderness with almost no reliable water. One historian famously described frontier shortcuts as the natural predator of emigrant optimism. That feels painfully accurate tonight. The travelers explain how wagon tracks disappeared across barren salt flats and broken desert country, where landmarks looked identical in every direction. Animals weakened quickly. Water barrels emptied faster than expected beneath brutal heat. One family lost nearly all their oxen after pushing too far between springs. Another wagon simply vanished during a dust storm. Vanished. Nobody ever found them again. The fire crackles softly while everyone listens beneath the cold western stars. Children sleep nearby, wrapped in blankets, while adults lean closer toward the stories, despite clearly wishing not to hear them. The returning travelers describe abandoned camps littered with broken furniture and flour barrels split open beneath the sun, dead livestock beside dry creek beds, wagon wheels scattered across empty valleys where desperate emigrants stripped useful parts before continuing on foot. Some stories sound almost too terrible, yet nobody dismisses them. Because by now, the frontier already taught you how quickly disaster becomes ordinary. One unresolved scholarly debate concerns how much trail misinformation spread deliberately versus accidentally during westward migration. Some guides genuinely misunderstood Western geography. Others exaggerated their knowledge for profit or reputation. Maps remained incomplete across large regions, especially beyond established routes. The American frontier often operated through confidence, unsupported by facts. You sit beside the fire watching sparks drift upward into the dark, while one returning emigrant unfolds a crude hand-drawn map across his knees. His finger traces routes westward through mountains and desert valleys. "Stay on the main trail," he warns quietly. The words settle heavily across camp. Several wagon captains continue talking long after supper ends. They debate river crossings, alternate passes, estimated distances, and supply calculations beneath lantern light, while cold wind drifts through camp, carrying the scent of sage and dust. Fear returns quietly tonight. Not panic exactly, something colder. You realize how fragile frontier certainty really is. One wrong turn, one dishonest guide, one dried-up spring. The difference between survival and catastrophe sometimes narrows to a single decision made beneath exhaustion and hope. The Eastern travelers camp beside your wagon train overnight. Their presence changes the atmosphere immediately. They carry the emotional weight of failure westward and return east bearing visible proof that the frontier does not reward everyone equally. One woman from their company sits beside the fire staring westward for a very long time before finally whispering that she still dreams about continuing. Even after everything, perhaps that explains the frontier better than anything else. The dream survives hardship stubbornly. Before dawn, you wake briefly to the sound of quiet conversation nearby. Two emigrants discuss missing wagon parties rumored farther ahead in the mountains. Some people believe certain groups simply lost the trail. Others whisper about attacks, storms, or entire companies swallowed by desert country beyond mapped routes. Nobody truly knows. The West still contains enormous spaces where stories disappear completely. Morning arrives pale and cold beneath streaks of silver cloud. Frost glitters lightly across the grass while the eastbound travelers prepare to leave. Their wagons creak slowly back toward Missouri. Toward settled towns and familiar roads most emigrants here can barely remember anymore. You watch them disappear eastward through drifting dust until the landscape swallows them entirely. Then your own wagon train begins preparing to move west again. Because despite the warnings, despite the vanished trails and failed shortcuts and stories whispered beside firelight, the frontier still pulls everyone forward. And somewhere ahead beyond the mountains and desert, the road continues into uncertainty once more. Night watches on the frontier feel longer than the days, especially when you are awake alone, listening to wind move across empty ground that seems to stretch beyond memory itself. By now, the wagon train has learned to sleep in layers. Some rest, some remain half awake, and a few, like you tonight, take the final watch shift beside fading embers, while the rest of the world disappears into darkness and distant animal calls. The prairie is gone now. Even the foothills have softened behind you. What remains is harsher country, dry basins, rocky ridges, wide stretches of land where grass grows thin and scattered like it is apologizing for existing at all. The trail winds through it like a fading scar across the continent. Camp lies quiet around you beneath a sky packed with stars so bright they feel closer than the earth. Somewhere out there, beyond the darkness, coyotes call in long rising notes that echo strangely across the empty spaces between hills. The sound carries farther here. There is nothing to stop it. No forests, no towns, just distance. You pull your coat tighter against the night air. Cold here is different, not sharp like mountain snow or wet like river wind. It is dry, patient, and constant. It seeps through clothing and settles into bones without hurry. The fire has burned down to glowing red coals. Occasionally a spark lifts upward and disappears into the sky like a tiny moment refusing to stay on earth. Behind you, wagons rest in a loose circle. Canvas covers shift faintly in the wind. Oxen lie down near the outer edge of camp, their heavy forms barely visible in darkness. Even the animals seem quieter at night out here, as though the land itself demands respect after sunset. You think about what the returning travelers said. Desert stretches ahead, water becoming scarce, trails that disappear into nothing. There is a strange thing happening inside you now that you notice more each night. Fear does not vanish on the frontier. It changes shape. At first, it is sharp and loud. Storms, rivers, buffalo herds. Then it becomes quieter, less dramatic, more constant. A steady awareness that things can go wrong in many small ways. You hear movement behind you. One of the other night watchers steps closer to the fire, stretching stiff hands toward the last warmth. You ever think about turning back? He asks quietly. The question hangs between you for a moment longer than comfortable. Nobody asks it loudly out here. Not anymore. Not after mountains, not after graves, not after all the miles already swallowed by dust and time. Sometimes you answer honestly. He nods, as if that is the only acceptable reply. Me too, he says after a pause. Then I look east, and I can't even picture it anymore. That feels true in a way neither of you fully expected. The east becomes harder to remember with each passing week. Not because it disappears, but because it starts feeling like another life lived by someone else. A faint sound drifts across the camp. One of the oxen shifts position, chains softly clinking. Somewhere deeper in the dark, a wagon creaks as it cools from the day's heat. Otherwise, everything is still. You notice how silence out here is not empty. It feels full, as if the land itself is listening. In the distance, a low ridge rises against the starlight. Beyond it lies more unknown country. The trail does not end here. It never really ends. It simply continues into places where maps grow thinner and stories become unreliable. One unresolved debate among historians is how much emigrants actually understood about the scale of what they were entering. Some believe most had realistic expectations shaped by guidebooks and warnings. Others argue the human mind simply cannot comprehend distances like this until it is already inside them. You are starting to understand why that debate exists. A gust of wind passes through camp, stirring ash from the fire. It drifts briefly upward before scattering into darkness. You stand and walk slowly toward the outer edge of wagons. From here, you can see the full circle of the camp, sleeping shapes, dark wagon silhouettes, the faint outline of animals resting in protective patterns, everything arranged against the vast openness beyond. The frontier is not a line, it is a condition, a place where everything familiar becomes temporary. A place where even silence feels larger than it should. You return to the fire as the night deepens further. The coals glow weaker now, fading slowly into gray. Your shift is almost over. Soon someone else will take the watch. But the feeling remains that somewhere beyond the darkness, the land is still moving forward even when you are not, and the trail, patient and endless, waits for morning. The fort appears just after noon, like something imagined by exhausted minds. For several days, the wagon train has crossed increasingly dry country, where dust rises from the trail in pale, choking clouds, and water sources shrink into muddy, uncertain pools. Tempers shorten beneath the heat. Supplies grow lighter. Even conversations feel worn thin around the edges. Then someone spots smoke along the horizon. Not prairie fire smoke. Straight smoke. Human smoke. Within an hour, the outline of wooden walls emerges beyond a low ridge, and suddenly the entire wagon train feels awake again. A fort! The reaction surprises you with its intensity. Children begin shouting excitedly from the wagons. Adults stand taller. Even the oxen seem to pull with renewed purpose, though that may simply be hopeful imagination. After weeks of wilderness, the sight of anything resembling permanent settlement feels almost emotional. Historians studying Western migration often note how frontier forts served as psychological anchors as much as military outposts. They offered supplies, rumors, blacksmith repairs, mail delivery, medical aid, and perhaps most importantly, temporary reassurance that civilization still existed somewhere beyond the endless trail. You understand that completely now. The fort rises gradually from the dusty landscape, while the wagon train approaches beneath blazing afternoon sunlight. Wooden palisade walls surround a cluster of low buildings built from rough timber and stone. An American flag snaps lazily above the parade ground, while mounted soldiers move along the outer perimeter, kicking up trails of dust behind them. Compared to eastern towns, the place looks crude. Compared to the trail, it looks magnificent. You smell it before reaching the gates. Wood smoke. Horses? Fresh bread somewhere nearby. Blacksmith coal drifting through the hot, dry air. The layered scent of people living in one place longer than a few nights at a time. Frontier luxury. The wagon train enters slowly through wide wooden gates, where soldiers in faded blue uniforms watch the newcomers with practiced boredom. They have clearly seen thousands of emigrants already this season. One soldier glances across the overloaded wagons and mutters, "Another parade headed west." Another answers, "At least these still got wheels attached." Honestly, fair observation. Inside the fort, movement surrounds you immediately. Traders shout prices from supply sheds. Blacksmith hammers ring against glowing iron. Army wagons rattle across packed dirt streets, while exhausted emigrants from dozens of wagon trains crowd around wells, stores, and livestock pens. The noise feels overwhelming after so much open country. Children dart excitedly between buildings, while women hurry toward laundry stations and fresh water barrels. Men line up beside the blacksmith shop, carrying broken wagon parts like offerings to some mechanical god. You suddenly realize how desperately everyone missed ordinary structure. Walls, roofs, doors that stay in one place. The wagon train camps outside the main fort yard, beneath scattered cottonwoods where dozens of other emigrants already rest. Some prepare to continue west within days. Others remain delayed by repairs, illness, or sheer exhaustion. One family has apparently lived beside the fort for nearly 3 weeks, waiting for replacement oxen after losing animals in the mountains. The frontier constantly punishes bad timing. You wander through the crowded fort during the afternoon, while the wagon captain negotiates supply prices. Everywhere stories drift through the hot, dusty air. Gold discoveries farther west. Raids near southern trails. Mountain passes already turning cold at night. A preacher supposedly opening a school in Oregon Territory. Someone else swears California cities grow so quickly, buildings appear overnight. Truth and exaggeration travel together on the frontier like inseparable companions. Near the blacksmith shop, you watch sparks burst upward, while mechanics repair cracked wagon wheels and twisted axles blackened by months on the trail. The blacksmith himself looks ancient beneath layers of soot and exhaustion. "You folks heading west?" he asks without looking up. "Yes," he grunts once. "Grease your wheels more often." That is apparently the complete frontier maintenance lecture. One unresolved historical debate concerns how much military forts actually protected emigrant travel versus simply projecting federal presence deeper into Western territories already occupied by native nations. The answer remains complicated. Some forts genuinely aided travelers. Others intensified tensions surrounding migration and settlement across contested lands. Standing here now, the politics feel distant compared to immediate relief. You buy fresh bread from a trader near the supply sheds and nearly forget how to behave emotionally after the first bite. Soft bread. Actual soft bread. Not trail biscuits capable of surviving artillery fire. Nearby, another emigrant openly weeps while eating peaches preserved in syrup. Nobody judges him. Toward evening, the fort grows quieter beneath cooling skies. Soldiers gather near barracks doors, smoking pipes, while emigrants cook suppers beside wagon fires outside the walls. Somewhere inside the fort, someone plays fiddle music, drifting softly through warm dusk air. You sit beside the wagon eating fresh bread and beans that somehow taste dramatically better simply because walls exist nearby. The stars emerge slowly above the fort, yet even here, temporary comfort hangs over everything. Wagons continue arriving, wagons continue leaving, repairs finish, supplies run low again. The Western Trail waits patiently beyond the gates. Nobody remains forever. Tomorrow, perhaps the next day, your wagon train will roll onward into open country once more, past the safety of walls, past wells and blacksmith shops and familiar human noise. But tonight, beneath lantern light and drifting wood smoke, the frontier briefly feels almost civilized again. Shortcuts sound wonderful around campfires. That is the problem. After months on the trail, the idea of saving time begins affecting people strangely. Every emigrant carries invisible calculations now. Food remaining, animal strength, weather shifting colder each week, distance still stretching westward beyond mountains and desert. So when rumors spread through the fort about a faster route cutting several days from the journey, attention gathers immediately. Even cautious people start listening. The morning after leaving the fort begins cold and brilliantly clear beneath pale blue skies. Frost lingers along dry grass while wagon wheels creak westward through rough country broken by scattered cliffs and shallow valleys. Everyone talks about the shortcut. A trader at the fort supposedly used it successfully last spring. One Army scout claimed the route avoids difficult canyon crossings farther north. Another traveler insists the trail leads directly toward better grazing land and reliable water. Meanwhile, an older guide riding beside your wagon mutters, "Fast roads usually bury people." You are beginning to trust pessimists more often. Still, the debate grows louder with every mile. By midday, the wagon train halts beside a narrow stream where several captains gather beneath cottonwoods to study maps and argue over distances. The maps themselves look deeply unconvincing. Thin lines sketched across huge empty spaces labeled with hopeful words like creek or pass, despite nobody seeming entirely certain those places still exist. One unresolved historical debate involves how overland travelers interpreted Western maps during this period. Many routes remained poorly surveyed, based partly on trapper accounts, military expeditions, rumor, and enthusiastic guesswork. The American frontier often operated through incomplete information delivered confidently. Several younger emigrants strongly favor the shortcut. They point toward darkening skies over distant mountains and warn that winter approaches quickly now. Others argue remaining on the main trail means slower travel through heavily used routes stripped bare of grass and fuel. The older travelers look less convinced. Experience generally removes enthusiasm from shortcuts. You sit nearby chewing cold bacon while listening to the arguments drift through camp. One captain finally unfolds a weather-stained journal written by emigrants who traveled this region years earlier. The entries describe dry stretches, difficult terrain, and wagon breakdowns along alternate routes. But they also mention faster progress. Hope always notices the encouraging lines first. By late afternoon, the decision gets made. The wagon train will try the shortcut. A strange mood settles across camp afterward, excitement mixed uneasily with fear. Some emigrants celebrate the possibility of reaching Western settlements sooner. Others quietly repack supplies with expressions suggesting they already regret everything. The main trail divides west of camp the next morning. One route follows broader wagon ruts northward through familiar country used heavily by emigrants all season. The other cuts southwest into rougher hills, where only faint tracks disappear across dry, open land. Your wagon train turns toward the second path. Immediately the trail changes. The ground grows rockier, narrower, less certain beneath the wheels. Sagebrush crowds close beside the wagons, while distant mountains rise dark against the horizon. By noon, even the children notice fewer signs of previous travelers. No abandoned furniture, no fresh wagon ruts, no campsites blackened by hundreds of fires. Just silence and rough country. The shortcut feels lonely. Historians studying emigrant disasters repeatedly notice how isolation magnified frontier dangers. Main trails at least offered assistance from passing wagon trains, shared knowledge, and visible routes. Alternate paths removed those protections quickly. The land itself becomes harsher through the afternoon. Dry valleys stretch between broken ridges where little grass survives beneath the sun. Water sources marked confidently on maps turn into shallow muddy pools, barely enough for animals. One spring does not exist at all. That discovery changes the atmosphere immediately. Oxen stand breathing hard beneath the heat, while emigrants refill barrels from the remaining muddy creek with growing anxiety. Conversations shorten, jokes disappear. Even the wagon captain studies the horizon more often now. Toward evening, the shortcut narrows through a canyon scattered with sharp volcanic rock. Wagon wheels scrape constantly against stone. One axle nearly snaps crossed uneven ground, while several exhausted emigrants shove together against the wagon sides, preventing rollover. The frontier takes payment quickly when people gamble. Camp forms late beside a dry wash, offering almost no fuel. Fires burn tiny tonight, using sagebrush and scraps of broken wagon wood, saved carefully for emergencies. Supper feels tense and hurried. You notice how dark the surrounding country becomes after sunset. No distant campfires, no passing wagons, nothing except wind moving through the rocks beneath a sky crowded with cold stars. One woman quietly asks how far the shortcut continues before reconnecting with the main trail. Nobody answers immediately. That silence feels dangerous. Later, after most of camp falls asleep, you overhear several captains arguing softly near the remaining firelight. Distances no longer match the maps. Grazing remains poor, water sources unreliable. One guide admits he expected clearer trail markers farther west. Another responds, "You expected too much." The fire crackles between them while cold wind drifts through the canyon. You lie awake beside the wagon, staring upward at unfamiliar constellations framed between black canyon walls. Somewhere beyond the darkness, coyotes howl across the empty country. And for the first time since leaving the fort, you begin wondering whether the old pessimist beside your wagon was entirely correct. Fast roads may indeed bury people. Exhaustion changes the sound of a wagon train. Early in the journey, people talked constantly. Stories beside the fire, arguments about routes, children laughing through the dust, someone always singing badly while walking beside the oxen. Now the trail mostly sounds like breathing, heavy breathing. The shortcut has become a punishment, stretching mile after mile through dry, broken country, where the land itself seems determined to wear everything down slowly. Water grows scarce, grazing poor, wheels crack more often against volcanic rock, sharp enough to slice leather and skin alike. Even the sky feels tired here. Morning begins beneath pale gray clouds, drifting low across jagged ridges surrounding camp. Wind moves through the canyon carrying cold dust and the faint mineral smell of dry stone. Fires burn weakly because fuel nearly vanished days ago. Breakfast consists mostly of thin coffee and hard biscuits eaten silently beside exhausted wagons. Nobody mentions the shortcut anymore. That silence says everything. You stand beside the oxen tightening worn harness straps while dawn light slowly reaches the canyon floor. The animals look thinner now, ribs beginning to show beneath heavy hides, their movements slower. One ox limps slightly after cutting a hoof on broken stone yesterday. Several emigrants quietly discuss abandoning more supplies before departure. The trail keeps asking what matters most. Historians studying overland migration often note how physical exhaustion gradually reshaped emigrant behavior and decision-making. Sleep deprivation, hunger, constant labor, and environmental stress narrowed emotional focus toward immediate survival. Long-term dreams shrink beneath short-term suffering. The wagon train starts moving shortly after sunrise through a narrow pass where the trail barely deserves the name road anymore. Wheels scrape constantly against canyon walls. Loose stones tumble beneath boots. Dust hangs motionless in the cold morning air. Nobody sings now. Ahead on the trail, one wagon has already stopped. Broken wheel. Again. The crack happened sometime before dawn, while descending rocky ground in darkness. Repairs begin immediately, while the rest of the train waits in uneasy silence. One older emigrant sits on a crate staring blankly toward the western horizon with the expression of someone emotionally finished with geography itself. You understand completely. The repair takes 3 hours. 3 exhausting hours beneath growing heat, while emigrants lift wagons, cut replacement wood, hammer iron braces into place, and argue quietly over whether continuing this route remains sane. One man finally snaps. "We should have stayed on the main trail," he shouts toward the captains. "We traded safety for speed and got neither." Nobody disagrees. That becomes the worst part. The afternoon grows brutally hot, despite the high country. Sunlight reflects harshly from pale canyon walls, while dry wind scrapes dust against your face like sandpaper. Water barrels lighten alarmingly fast. Several children develop nosebleeds from heat and exhaustion. One woman faints beside the wagon line shortly after midday. The entire train stops again. Historians still debate how many emigrants suffered lasting physical damage from dehydration and nutritional stress during Western migration. Diaries frequently describe weakness, dizziness, swollen feet, and chronic exhaustion treated mostly with hope and continued movement. The frontier medical system remains deeply committed to improvisation. You help carry water to the fainted woman, while others rig shade using blankets stretched between wagon wheels. Nearby, the oxen stand motionless beneath the heat, tails flicking weakly against flies. One collapses before evening. The animal simply stops. No dramatic fall, no violent struggle. It kneels slowly beside the trail, breathes heavily several times, and refuses to rise again despite every attempt to move it. Silence spreads through the train. Losing animals this far west feels personal and practical simultaneously. The ox pulled one family's wagon nearly the entire journey from Missouri. Without it, the remaining team weakens dangerously under heavy loads. The family abandons 2 crates before sunset. Books, kitchenware, extra clothing, a mirror wrapped carefully since the beginning of the trail. The mother does not look at the pile after walking away. Toward evening, dark clouds gather beyond the canyon ridges, while cold wind sweeps suddenly through the pass. The temperature drops so quickly it feels unreal after the day's heat. Then rain begins. Thin freezing rain, not enough to refill water barrels properly, just enough to turn dust into slick mud and misery. Camp forms awkwardly beside a narrow creek bed where tiny fires struggle against damp wind. Everyone looks hollow tonight, faces sharpened by exhaustion and weeks of hard travel, clothing hanging loose, movements slower. Even supper conversations fade quickly into silence. You sit beside the weak fire chewing half-cooked beans, while rain taps softly against wagon canvas around camp. Nearby, several captains finally admit the shortcut may have cost more time than it saved. No one seems surprised anymore. One unresolved scholarly debate concerns why emigrants continued risking dangerous alternate routes despite repeated disasters becoming widely known. Perhaps hope itself pushed people forward, or desperation, or simple belief that tragedy always happens to someone else until it suddenly belongs to you. The rain stops near midnight. Cold stars emerge above the canyon, while exhausted emigrants sleep heavily around dying fires. Somewhere out in the darkness beyond camp, wolves begin howling through the rocks. The sound drifts long and lonely across the exhausted wagon train, and listening beneath damp blankets with aching feet and empty stomach, you realize everyone has reached the same frightening thought at exactly the same moment. The journey west is no longer an adventure. Now it is survival. The first fence appears so suddenly you almost miss it. After months of wilderness, your mind no longer expects straight lines made by human hands. The frontier has trained your eyes toward rivers, mountain passes, clouds, animal tracks, and distant smoke. Not fences. Yet there it stands beside the trail one cold morning. Rough wooden posts connected by split rails weathered silver beneath the western wind. A fence. Someone laughs out loud when they see it. Not because it is funny, exactly. More because the sight feels impossible. The wagon train has finally rejoined the main route days earlier after abandoning the disastrous shortcut through the canyon country. Since then, the landscape changed steadily around you. More grass, more water, fewer barren ridges. The mountains now rest farther behind, blue against the eastern horizon like another lifetime. And slowly, almost cautiously, signs of settlement begin appearing. Morning sunlight spreads pale gold across rolling valleys, while frost melts from the grass beside the trail. Smoke rises faintly ahead beyond a line of cottonwoods near the river. Not campfire smoke, chimney smoke. The difference matters emotionally more than expected. You walk beside the wagon, staring toward the distant cabin, barely visible among the trees. The structure looks tiny beneath the enormous western sky, yet something about it pulls the entire wagon train forward with renewed energy. A roof, permanent walls, a place where somebody stayed. Historians studying frontier migration often note how psychologically powerful first settlements became after months of overland travel. Emigrants described cabins, fences, mills, and cultivated fields with almost religious emotion. These signs represented proof that survival beyond the trail actually existed. The West stopped being rumor at that point. Children spot livestock next. Real farm livestock. Several cows graze beside the river, while chickens wander freely around the distant cabin yard. One little boy in your wagon train stares openly amazed, as though encountering mythical creatures. To be fair, after weeks of wolves, buffalo, starving oxen, and suspicious trail stew, ordinary chickens do feel strangely miraculous. The wagon train continues westward through increasingly settled country. Not towns exactly, more like scattered signs that human beings have begun negotiating with the wilderness permanently. A plowed field appears beside the riverbank. Then another. Someone built irrigation ditches here. Someone cut timber. Someone survived winter long enough to plant crops beneath this vast, unfamiliar sky. Hope changes shape again. Around midday, the wagon train passes directly beside the cabin. A woman hangs laundry from a line, while two children chase each other through tall grass near the porch. The smell drifting from the chimney nearly stops you emotionally. Fresh bread. After months of dust, bacon grease, burnt coffee, and desperation cooking over buffalo chip fires, the scent feels almost supernatural. The settlers wave calmly toward the passing wagons, as though seeing entire moving villages crossing the frontier remains ordinary now. Perhaps it does. One unresolved scholarly debate concerns how quickly isolated frontier settlements normalized massive overland migration through their regions. Early settlers often experienced wagon trains as both opportunity and disruption. Travelers brought trade, news, labor, and connection to eastern markets. They also consumed resources quickly and altered local landscapes permanently. History rarely arrives quietly. The wagon train stops briefly near the settler's well to refill water barrels. Conversations bloom immediately between trail-worn emigrants and people who already completed the journey years earlier. Everyone asks the same question. What is it like here in winter? The answers vary alarmingly. Heavy snow some years, mild weather others, flooding rivers, wolves near livestock, good soil, difficult isolation, beautiful valleys, long, lonely seasons. Yet despite every hardship described, none of the settlers speak about returning east. That detail matters more than the words themselves. You sit near the well, eating an apple purchased from the settlers for an amount of money that would once have seemed criminal. The apple tastes crisp and sweet beyond description. Several children stare at yours with desperate admiration while chewing their own carefully rationed slices. One woman nearby begins crying quietly after tasting fresh milk for the first time in months. Nobody judges her. The afternoon trail grows easier after that. Not physically, perhaps. Everyone still limps from exhaustion. Wagons still creak ominously over rough ground. Oxen still move with the weary determination of creatures personally offended by geography. But emotionally something changes. The frontier no longer feels endless. More signs of settlement appear before evening. Fence posts, grazing horses, smoke rising from distant homesteads tucked beside streams. You even pass a tiny trading post built from rough timber where emigrants cluster outside purchasing flour and coffee at horrifying prices. The owner smiles constantly. Frontier capitalism survives everything. Camp forms that night beside a wide river valley glowing silver beneath moonlight. Yet unlike previous camps, your wagon train no longer rests alone in wilderness. Farther downstream, lantern lights flicker from cabins hidden among cottonwoods. A dog barks faintly through the darkness. Somewhere beyond the hills, a church bell rings softly, carried by cold night air. The sound feels almost impossible after so many silent months. You sit beside the fire, staring toward those distant lights, while coffee boils gently beside your boots. Nearby emigrants speak differently tonight, not about surviving the next river crossing or finding enough water tomorrow. Now they discuss land, crops, houses, schools, what comes after the trail, and listening beneath the western stars while smoke drifts slowly upward through the cold night air. You realize something profound. The journey is finally beginning to end. The wagon finally stops moving. Not for repairs, not for river crossings or storms or exhausted animals collapsing beside the trail. For good. The realization feels strangely difficult to understand at first. After so many months measuring life through movement westward, stillness itself becomes unfamiliar. Yet here in this broad valley beside a slow, cold river, surrounded by distant cabins and scattered fields turning gold beneath autumn sunlight, the wagon train reaches its end. Or perhaps its beginning. Morning mist drifts low across the settlement, while emigrants emerge slowly from wagons one final time. Smoke rises from nearby cabin chimneys, carrying the warm smell of wood fires and baking bread through the crisp western air. Somewhere beyond the cottonwoods, an axe strikes timber with steady rhythmic echoes. Permanent sounds, not trail sounds. You stand beside the wagon, staring across the valley where scattered homesteads spread beneath the enormous western sky. Fences divide pasture land. Thin cattle trails wind toward the river. Corn shocks stand bundled beside rough cabins built from pine logs, darkened by weather and smoke. It looks smaller than imagined somehow, and more real. Historians studying frontier settlement often note how emotionally complicated arrival became for emigrants after long overland journeys. The dream of reaching the West sustained people across thousands of difficult miles. Yet arriving meant confronting another truth. The hard part was not entirely over. Now came winter preparation, shelter building, farming unfamiliar soil, surviving isolation, creating actual lives from exhaustion and hope. Still, compared to the trail, this valley feels almost gentle. The wagon train spreads out gradually through the settlement, while families begin choosing temporary camp locations or negotiating land claims with local officials and traders. Conversations drift everywhere through the cool morning air. Which creek floods least during spring? Where wolves attack livestock most often? How deep snow usually gets? Which valleys hold the richest soil? The frontier continues operating through rumor and advice even after arrival. You help unload the wagon slowly beneath brightening sunlight. Every object carried from Missouri emerges changed somehow by the journey. Iron pots blackened by months of campfires, blankets smelling faintly of smoke and dust, coffee tins dented during river crossings, tools repaired so many times they barely resemble original shapes anymore. Even the wagon itself looks exhausted. One wheel still carries rawhide bindings from mountain repairs weeks earlier. Canvas hangs patched and weather-stained. The wooden sideboards bear scratches from rocks, storms, and endless trail miles. Yet somehow it survived. So did you. Nearby, several children immediately begin exploring the riverbank with wild frontier confidence, while adults discuss practical matters around them. One little boy proudly announces he never wants to see another wagon again for the rest of his natural life. His father quietly agrees. By midday, the valley fills with ordinary work sounds instead of migration noise. Hammers striking nails, saws cutting pine boards, oxen dragging timber through muddy ground. Women hanging laundry from permanent lines rather than wagon wheels. The difference feels enormous. You walk toward a nearby rise overlooking the settlement, while cool wind moves through tall autumn grass. From here, the valley stretches wide beneath pale western sunlight. Cabins scattered beside fields, smoke curling upward into blue sky. Horses grazing near the river, and far beyond the eastern hills, invisible now behind distance and mountains, lies the trail. The endless trail, one unresolved scholarly debate, concerns whether frontier settlement fulfilled emigrant expectations or merely replaced one set of hardships with another. Diaries reveal both triumph and crushing disappointment. Some families built prosperous farms. Others faced isolation, crop failure, disease, or devastating winters. The frontier promised opportunity. It never promised comfort. You return toward camp, where several emigrants already dismantle parts of their wagons for lumber. Wheels removed, sideboards detached, canvas folded carefully for roofing material. The wagon transforms from vehicle into building supplies. That feels symbolic somehow. One woman plants flower seeds beside her future cabin site before anything else gets built. Another family marks boundaries for a schoolhouse they hope to construct before winter. Two exhausted men argue passionately about where to dig a proper well. Civilization arrives one stubborn decision at a time. Toward evening, the settlement gathers for a shared meal beside the river. New arrivals and older settlers sit together beneath cottonwoods glowing amber in the fading sunlight. Fresh bread passes between rough-weathered hands. Someone roasts venison over open fires. Fiddle music drifts softly across the cooling valley. The atmosphere feels strangely emotional tonight. Not celebration exactly. Relief, perhaps. Survival recognized quietly between people who understand what the journey demanded. You sit beside the fire watching children chase one another through tall grass while stars emerge slowly overhead. Nearby, an older settler describes the first winter he survived here years earlier. Deep snow, frozen rivers, loneliness sharp enough to hear. Yet when someone asks whether he regrets coming west, he answers immediately, "No." The word hangs warm beside the firelight. Darkness settles gently across the valley now. Lanterns glow inside scattered cabins. Dogs bark faintly near the river. Somewhere out in the fields, cattle bells ring softly through the night air. And for the first time in many months, your wagon rests completely still beneath the western stars. The western night feels quieter once the wheels stop turning. No endless creaking beside your sleep. No harness chains clinking softly before dawn. No sudden cries of "Hold the oxen" echoing through cold morning fog. After months of movement, the silence of staying in one place almost feels unnatural. Winter approaches slowly across the valley now. Frost lingers longer each morning along the riverbank. Smoke rises constantly from cabin chimneys beneath pale skies. The cottonwoods near the settlement shed yellow leaves that drift silently through cold western wind and collect against wagon wheels no longer traveling anywhere. Your wagon still stands beside the half-finished cabin, though not really as a wagon anymore. One wheel has already become part of the roof frame. The canvas serves as temporary insulation against the coming cold. Crates once packed desperately in Missouri now hold tools beside the doorway of a home rising gradually from pine boards and stubborn effort. The trail keeps transforming things. Even after ending, you wake before sunrise and step outside into air sharp enough to sting your lungs. The valley rests quiet beneath silver dawn light, while thin ice edges the river shallows nearby. Somewhere in the distance, an axe strikes wood with hollow rhythmic echoes. Steady sounds now, settled sounds. You stand beside the unfinished fence, looking east toward mountains barely visible beneath the fading stars. Beyond them lie the plains. Beyond the plains, the rivers. Beyond the rivers, the green eastern towns that once felt permanent. They seem impossibly far away now. Historians often debate whether emigrants viewed themselves as transformed people after surviving the overland journey. Many diaries suggest they did. Hardship reshaped priorities. Distance altered identity. Months beneath enormous skies changed how people understood time, comfort, fear, and home itself. You think that must be true. The person who first crossed the Missouri River months ago would barely recognize this quieter, harder version standing in the western dawn. Yet some things survived unchanged. The smell of coffee drifting from the cabin still feels comforting. Firelight still softens difficult evenings. Human laughter still matters deeply after long days. Perhaps civilization is simply the collection of small comforts people fight hardest to preserve. The settlement slowly wakes around you. Smoke thickens above rooftops while doors creak open against the cold. Chickens scratch through frosted grass near the cabins. A dog trots lazily across the muddy road, carrying something suspiciously important in its mouth. Probably best not to investigate. Children emerge wrapped in blankets, helping carry water from the river. Before school lessons begin, inside the trading post each morning. Their frontier childhoods already seem rooted here naturally, as though the trail itself belonged to another generation entirely. Adults move slower. Everyone carries exhaustion differently after the journey west. Some settlers became tougher, some quieter, some deeply protective of simple, ordinary routines that once seemed unremarkable back east. Fresh bread cooling beside a window, dry boots, a roof surviving windstorms. The frontier teaches gratitude through relentless subtraction. Toward midday, snow begins falling lightly across the valley. Soft flakes drifting lazily through gray skies while settlers continue ordinary work beneath the weather. Someone repairs fencing beside the pasture. Another family stacks firewood higher against their cabin wall. Life keeps moving forward quietly out here at the edge of the continent. You walk toward the river while snow gathers faintly along the grass. The water moves slowly beneath pale winter light, carrying reflections of cottonwoods, cabins, and distant mountains softened by snowfall. Somewhere beyond those ridges, wagon trains still crawl westward through cold passes and muddy trails. More families, more dreams, more graves beside the road. The migration continues without end. One unresolved scholarly debate asks whether the frontier represented freedom or hardship more strongly in the American imagination. The answer probably depends upon who survived long enough to tell the story afterward. Out here, both truths exist together. The snow thickens gradually through the afternoon. Cabin roofs whiten. Smoke curls upward through still air. The valley grows quieter beneath the storm until even distant sounds seem wrapped gently in wool. You return toward home carrying split firewood beneath your arm. Home. The word no longer feels borrowed. Inside the cabin, warmth gathers around the iron stove, while lamplight flickers softly against rough pine walls. Someone pours coffee into worn tin cups carried all the way from Missouri. The smell fills the small room immediately. Outside, snow continues falling across the western frontier. Inside, voices soften beside the fire, and slowly, after all the miles and storms and dust and fear, the world finally becomes still. The night deepens around the valley, while wind moves gently through the cottonwoods beside the frozen river. Somewhere far beyond the mountains, the old roads continue eastward toward places you once believed impossible to leave behind. But tonight, those roads feel quiet and distant. Tonight, there is only firelight, only snowfall, only the soft crackle of wood burning low beside tired travelers who are travelers no longer. And beneath the endless western sky, you close your eyes at last, while winter settles peacefully across the frontier. Word count 1042. The fire burns lower now. Outside the cabin, snow drifts silently through moonlight across the sleeping valley. The river moves beneath thin ice with soft whispering sounds, almost too gentle to hear. Far away, somewhere beyond the dark mountains, another wagon train may still be moving west beneath the stars, wheels creaking softly through frozen dust, searching for the same promise that carried you across rivers and plains and lonely passes. But your journey is finished now. The oxen rest quietly in their shelter. The wagon stands still beneath snow-touched pine boards. Smoke rises warm from the chimney into the cold, clear night. And inside, surrounded by simple, familiar comforts won through hardship and distance, your breathing slows beside the fading firelight. The frontier no longer feels endless, only peaceful, only quiet, only home. Good night, my friend.